And good morning and welcome to a sunlit Antigua Recreation Grounds for continuation of the CWI on the 15 Rising Star competition. And the match today is the Windward Islands versus Barbados. We're here live at the Antigua Recreation Grounds where these two teams are going to be contesting. Barbados so far having been unbeaten in the tournament thus far. The Windward Islands today would be hoping that they can change that fortune for the Bajans. The Bajans are very anxious. They won the toss this morning and they have chosen to bat, and the two openers are actually out in the middle even before the Windward Islands would have taken the field. Justin Paris, Seth Smith, Javion Batson, Asher Branford, Kilani Clark, Zarel Harding, Jahidi Hines, Abdullah Mangiri, Rajiv Pasuram, Yuvraj Prasad, and Liam Seeley. That's the team for the Barbados team today. They're against the Windward Islands. Windwards today featuring Jashawn Joseph, Janelle Williams, Alex Armstrong, Jordan Charles, Jamie Wickham, Dylan John, Delroy Tittle, Jeremy Edwards, Kyle Stevens, Keelan Christmas, and Darwin Lewis. So those are the two squads alongside me. Of course, as you've heard, for the entire tournament, wherever we've been, is Asha Murray Cornelius, my co-commentator. Asha, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning to you. Good morning to the spectators and supporters from around the region and around the world. It's a very breezy Monday morning here in Antigua, here at the historic Antigua Recreation Grounds. It's lovely to be back here. This would be my first cricket match being witnessed in the Antigua Recreation Grounds for some time.
Actually, you're aging yourself there. We say good morning to all who are listening to us in Barbados and in the Windward Islands. It's a holiday morning here in Antigua and Barbuda, the Easter Monday holiday. And also those persons who are religious and are Catholic, we express condolences as the Pope would have passed on this morning. We woke up to the news that Pontiff Pope Francis would have passed on. So if you're a religious person in the Christian community and you're Catholic, condolences to you. The first delivery is a wide outside the line of the off stump, and it looks as if it's going to be Jashawn Joseph, the captain, who is going to start this morning for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, a bit of a peculiar start for Jashawn Joseph. He would have been hoping to start just on the off stump and have it swinging away. The breeze will be pushing the ball back into the right-hander, so this should be an interesting test for the young Joseph.
Outside the line of the off stump, angled into the right-handed opening batter there for Barbados, Jahidi Hines. Hines just watches it into the gloves of the wicket keeper today, being, we'll tell you who is the wicket keeper today. Is it
Jamie Wickham?
Wickham?
Yes, I was informed by the coach early this morning they're going to have a change in keeper.
Yeah, so Wickham is doing wicket keeping duties today. Gets a good delivery. Does Jahidi Hines, just plays it quietly. So just trying to see what Jashawn Joseph is doing early on. And the Barbados opening batter, he would want to have a good knock today.
Yes, I had a look at the pitch this morning. I had a conversation with the curators. It's going to be a high-scoring game if the batsmen apply themselves. That's what he said this morning.
Easy driving through the offside beautifully is Jahidi Hines. And this one is going to run into the boundary now, and that's 4 runs. For a moment there, I thought the fielders were going to catch up to it, but it had the legs and it really shot off as it got 3/4 ways to the boundary and beat them into the boundary, the first 4 of the morning.
Yeah, good shot by the young Jahidi Hines to get off the mark. Overpitched by Jashawn Joseph, maybe getting a bit too greedy, and it was placed perfectly between extra cover and mid-off for 4. It seems to be a fast outfield here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, maybe not as big as a boundary as Ball Beef Liberta, But it seems like you're going to get a lot of value for your shots here today.
Yeah, the outfield looks very well manicured, very well cut, giving the ball an opportunity to run. So the Windwards, they've sent the man out on the cover boundary, and so the two fielders out, the cover boundary and the third man outside the line of the off stump again, called wide by the umpire. Umpire looks to be Donald Shekels and Bernard Joseph, the two umpires that we're seeing here this morning.
Yeah, just seems to be fighting the breeze a bit here, Jashawn Joseph. He bowled 2 dot balls that were angling in with the breeze, and those were well bowled, and he just seems to be trying to fight it, trying to swing the ball both ways.
Here's Joseph. And again, down the leg side, good tumbling take by Wickham behind the stumps. Wickham, strongly built wicket keeper. A little bit on the burly side, but is so far showing that he is competent behind the stumps. The last time we saw him over at Liberta, he was in the outfield. And I think it was Benjamin who might have been the wicket keeper. We'll clarify. Here is this delivery, and Hines is going to get a run down the offside, just steering it down to third man nicely for a run.
Yeah, the 2 men out for the opening over for Jashawn Joseph, cover sweeper and third man for Jahidi Hines. Now we see for the first time Yuvraj Prasad, a left-hander, looks very tall, so should be able to transfer his weight onto the front foot. So Jashawn Joseph would have to pull back his length a bit, not be as full to Jahidi Hines as he is to Yuvraj Prasad.
So he has the third man and the fine leg out for the left-handed opener. And he's getting one down the leg side and gets past Wickham and down to the boundary for 4 wides. So again, just the left and right hand combination early proving to be a little bit of a challenge for Jashawn Joseph. That one just had a little bit of swing shaping down the leg side and got past Wickham as well. Wickham was tumbling to his right, couldn't stop that one. 4 runs.
Yeah, an expensive start here by Jashawn Joseph, and a dream start here so far for the Barbados under 15s. He just seems to be fighting the breeze a bit. A strong breeze coming across the ARG here so far.
13 without loss. He's giving him a Yorker length delivery and he's cleaned him up. Bowl him. That was a beautiful delivery. It was Yorker length to Prasad, and Prasad just couldn't get the bat down in time. Middle stump rock back. Beautiful delivery by Joseph. That's the end of Prasad. 13 for 1.
Yeah, that seems to have surprised Prasad a bit. That ball coming back into Prasad, not angling across, and beautifully executed leg stump Yorker. And the Windward Islands draw first blood here. Yuvraj Prasad goes, bowled by Jashawn Joseph without scoring.
So Prasad up at the top of the innings, not scoring for the Barbados team. Probably not what the Barbados team wanted when they've chosen to send him to open the batting today. They were hoping for a big partnership. Shakir Paris, not Shakir, it's Paris was come out for the
Justin Paris.
Barbados team. Justin Paris, the listed captain of the Barbados team. So he's coming out to join Jahidi Hines, and probably earlier than he might have wanted. We see that he has come out and even has had to get his bootlace tied by one of the fielders. Still gentleman game cricket, and no doubt he was not probably expecting to be out there in the first over of the match. So it has been an over that has had everything. He's had wides, he's had 4s, had a 4 he knocked off of him, and he's also had a wicket, Jashawn Joseph, in this first over.
Yes, a very eventful first over to start with 1 ball left. And we're not sure what to expect here for this last ball of the over.
So Barbados continuing the left and right hand combination. Paris faces his first delivery. Driving outside line of the off stump and caught behind. So he was driving at that one. Edge found. Wickham takes the catch. Barbados losing the captain first ball. And it's 13 for 2. And just when we thought it was an expensive over from Joseph, he has come back with 2 quick wickets. Barbados on the back foot now. 13 for 2.
Yes, cricket is truly the great leveler here. And this is a prime example of not letting a poor start define the rest of the game. So far, 13 off the first over, 5 wides of 4, a single, 3 wides, and you end up with 2 wickets to finish the first over.
Very eventful if by any stretch of the imagination. So Barbados with Clark coming in.
Yes, but brilliant ball bowled by the young Jashawn Joseph. Just getting it right there, forcing the batsman to play. And he had a drive at that first ball, not taking any sighters or anything of the sort. And he just got a thin edge through to the keeper.
And they said you always know when if it's an edge, just from the reaction of the batter. He looked straight back at the wicket keeper. If we were able to see it on the replay, our technician has just stepped away, but you'd notice that he looked straight back, suggesting that even if the umpire didn't hear, sometimes he gives that non-verbal cue to the umpire that something would have happened. Thin edge, catch well taken, and Paris is back in the pavilion out first ball. So 2 batsmen for the Barbados team back in the pavilion without scoring, and we are only just now starting the second over. Swan is angled down the leg side and going past the wicket keeper again, just clipping the pad maybe through. Leg by signal by umpire Bernard Joseph. Bowler for the Windward Islands. We're just trying to identify him.
Number 10, Dylan
with the
John.
number 10 on his back, Dylan John. So Dylan John is listed as a medium pace bowler. It's going to be Clark who gets an opportunity to face his first delivery. And Clark just covers up, plays it back along the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling, no run.
Yeah, just going to have to play a bit of a rebuilding innings here. Will the young Kalani Clark coming in a bit earlier than he would have liked. But he has shown to be able to bat through an innings and to construct an innings with a big half century early in the tournament.
Clark is whipping one over square leg for 4. That's a good shot. Was strained on his pads and he just whipped it and didn't try to keep it down inside the power play, and that one went quickly to the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, just sliding onto the pads there. The young John, a bit on the full side by him, and he dispatches it quite easily. The young Clark wide of fine leg for 4. The score moves on to 18 for 2 from just 1.3 overs, and we see a slight change in the field. The mid wicket comes to the right of the umpire to be a short square leg.
And he's going to get a single here is Clark, as he just covers a delivery that is pitched up to him. Ball going into the short mid-wicket region. The fielder is posted at backward square, so easy single. Just see the adjustment being made. That guy that was in extra cover taken out, and the one that was backward square moved into a conventional short mid-wicket position. And so now they have just a slip, and they have a man at backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square. Here is this delivery right up to Jahidi Hines. He digs it out, and there's no run. There's also a third man and a fine leg.
Really, it's Dylan John so far on the fuller side in his first over, maybe looking for a bit of swing, a bit of movement in the air. There's a lot of breeze to assist him here today, so. And the dot ball to finish full outside the off stump, and the young Hines just lets it pass. Shoulders arms, and after 2 overs, Barbados 19 for 2.
Yeah, 19 for 2 Barbados, and Joshawn Joseph is going to technically be on a hat-trick, the first delivery of the upcoming over. So we will see what he does with the hat-trick ball, which would be 3 wickets in a row with 3 deliveries, 3 consecutive deliveries. Even though they're split between 2 overs, would still count as a hat-trick.
Yes, and the inform Kilani Clark for the Barbados on the 15 will have to face up against the hat-trick ball of Joshawn Joseph.
So Kelani Clark faces, as here is Joshawn Joseph with the hat-trick delivery. And he covers up a delivery that was angled into the pads, plays it into the offside field, no run. So hat-trick averted. 19 for 2 in over number 3. Barbados this morning, if you're just joining us, won the toss and elected to bat first. Other matches that are taking place today as well will be at Sir Viv Richards Stadium and also at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. So the 3 main stadiums in cricket stadiums in Antigua and Barbuda are being utilized today.
Yes, a lovely sight here, the ARG.
There are many folks though that think that these on the 15 type games maybe should have been played in the community. I don't know what's your thought on that. Here's your driving, but he's not going to get any run, is Clark, as it was falling short of that feed at short extra cover, diving and just knocking it down, no run.
Yes, this is good bowling so far from Joshawn Joseph this over. Good start. He's attacking the stumps, bowling full, attacking the pads, bringing a lot more modes of dismissals into play here.
This one is driven beautifully for 4. Over pitched and driven all along the ground. Classical cover drive. That looks good from Clark. He picks up another boundary, and it's 4 more runs to the Barbados total. They go on to 23 for 2.
Yeah, just overcooking it there, the young Joshawn Joseph. After bowling 3 consecutive dot balls, maybe looking for that magic delivery, swinging in and hitting off stump, but getting a bit too full, and Clark has no issues dispatching that for 4.
Gets a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, got that one wrong there. Again, the young Joseph. An outswinger this time. And a bit too wide. A full toss once again. Too far away from Clark for him to make any connection. And they've sent back the cover sweeper fielder yet again.
Here we go. This is Joseph, and Coming inside, wanting a quick single, sent back was Clark. Just trying to whip that one past the short square leg fielder. No run. Joshawn Joseph's overs are a mixed bag.
Yes, some brilliant deliveries followed by some wayward deliveries, but expected at this level. The only direction from here is up for these young talents.
Certainly, here is in, and he's full and driven. Square of the wicket. They're going to get one as the fielder, as you previously mentioned, is now posted on that cover boundary to stop those balls going to four, and the batsmen were able to cross for a single. Brings up the end of over number 3. At the end of it, 25. This total has gone on, but importantly, they have lost 2 wickets.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to work with here with Joshawn Joseph. I mean, tactically speaking, if you're going to be bowling with the cover sweeper and the third man, you should be bowling outside the off stump. And I mean, with the swing on offer for him already, being able to bring it back with the breeze and swing it away against the breeze to the right-handers, it should be imperative that he looks to bowl a bit fuller, get the batsman driving and maybe attacking the off stump through bat and pad with the one that goes with the breeze into the batsman.
This is John, and covering up is Clark.
Yeah, back of a length there by the young Dylan John. Maybe not as much movement on offer for him as the young Joseph, but nonetheless a very good ball.
This is John, and right up to the right-handed Clark, who comes down quickly and driving out to the mid-on region. No run.
Yeah, that's a good shot there. That's a shot of a man in form, the young Kalani Clark. Full, just on about middle and off, and he plays that down to the mid-on fielder quite convincingly for me. And any batsman who can play an on drive and stay balanced, not falling over, in my eyes is set for greatness.
Here we watch as Clark faces, and again just working one, but straight to that mid-on fielder. No run. Just almost walking across his stumps on that occasion, just working it into the onside. Dylan John, just at best medium pace. Really haven't seen him really try to even generate a little bit fast. I believe that he could bowl a touch quicker. Here is they get a quick single as the ball is hit out to just to the left of the mid-off fielder. Good awareness by the Barbados batters to go for that single. One of the discussions we've had over the 3 rounds that we've done so far is the number of dot balls and the inability of teams to rotate the strike. You saw, if we were to count in that Leeward Islands match the other day, the Leeward Islands really soaked up a lot of dot balls in their innings. This one is taking the thick outer edge, runs down to third man. Will give Jahidi Hines another run.
But yes, what I like to see about the Barbados team so far from the 2 games I've seen them play is their intent. They're looking to score, not looking to score with risk, but just looking to turn over the strike if the ball is not there for them to capitalize on and maybe get a boundary.
This is John. This one is worked off the hips. Left the bat in the air, but it was always safe away from any fielder. And the batsmen were able to come through for a run. To end over number 4 at the end of it, 28. The total has gone up to 28 for 2. We see the projected score coming up, saying that the projected score at this stage is 350. Barbados would love to get somewhere close to that, which would mean that probably one of their better batters would have gotten 100. I don't think we've had any hundreds yet in the tournament, no? 97 we had from Jacquanathanez over at Ball Beef in our last commentary game, and he was so unfortunate. First delivery is going to get a run as Joshawn Joseph continues from the southern end, the commentary box end. It's with the cenotaph at our back.
Yeah,
here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, for those folks who know the layout of this historic ground. When we say historic, many historical feats would have taken place here. Brian Lara broke the world record for batting twice at this venue. Here is a pleasant drive played by Jahidi Hines into the pitch and straight into the field at extra cover, no run. I was here when he broke the first one, 375, but I unfortunately had to listen to the second one from St. Lucia. I was in St. Lucia at the time when he broke it. I remember exactly where I was. I think I was at a place called Pigeon Point, somewhere off Grosley beach area in St. Lucia. Was around this time, Easter time, when he scored that 400 right here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
Well, from what I've heard from others who would have attended, it was pandemonium that day back in 1994.
I think 94 was the first one. This time he's going to get a boundary. It's Clark again. Full toss to him and just easing it past that mid-on fielder and picking up a boundary.
Yeah.
I think the 375 was in 94. That was
That's
pandemonium. Correct. I remember, we came to cricket not expecting much, and then I think after Brian Lara started to go that morning when he was expected to break the world record, ram-packed ARG. This is Joseph. Is in, and this delivery is played quietly into the offside field. And this is where Saviv at the time made the fastest ever test 100 or 56 deliveries. That has since been broken. But people will always remember that one because that was the first time you've ever seen what we now consider T20 type batting. That was absolute carnage on that day.
I can only imagine.
Outside the line of the off stump, and I was just reading last week an article when it was said that the English captain Gower asked who is going to bowl to him when they had their lunch break to Viv, and nobody volunteered, and belatedly Ian Botham said, look, I'll take the opportunity, but it didn't make any difference. So Viv was just in one of those kind of moods today. End of the over, 34 for 2 after 5. The Barbados team going at a rate of 6.80. Positive in terms of the runs. They would have been disappointed, having lost 2 wickets, especially the wicket of their captain first delivery. But so far, Hines and Kilani Clark, they have continued. Clark has gone on to 17 in quite nice manner. This is John continuing. Yorker length delivery, and Clark again digging it out and getting the single out to that mid-on region. So 35 for 2 the total goes up to. Jahidi Hines, who's been there from the start, faced 11 deliveries so far. He's there on 8.
Yes, Kalani Clark taking most of the strike.
As a matter of fact, it was Jahidi Hines, who played that one up to the mid-on region. Clark now comes on to strike. Here is Clark, gets one outside the line of the off stump, leaves it alone, and no doubt probably was expecting the wide call from umpire Bernard Joseph. But no call was coming. But that was pretty good line, I thought. So I think the right call was made.
Yeah, John needs to just get a bit fuller here now. Not a bit fuller, but a bit closer to the stumps.
Here is he getting a bit closer to the stumps, and he's driven by Kelani Clark, but quick diving stop by the fielder out at that mid-on region, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think what the bowler should be looking to target is that corridor of uncertainty for batsmen, just on off stump or just outside the off stump. When you're uncertain whether or not you're going to play or if you're going to leave. And right there, I would see a good example of the corridor of uncertainty, very well bowled by Dylan John. Getting just a bit of shape back into the young Clark. But so far very disciplined from Dylan John from the old Players Pavilion end.
So Vivian Richards Players Pavilion end. The name has been taken off, but that's what it was called.
Yes, a lot of history here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
I know the board is still up there that had on the century makers and the 5-wicket takers.
Yes, the ARG Honours Board, the famous ARG Honours Board.
So they take a quick single to end the over. The end of the over, 36, it has gone on 2 for 2.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, starting the 25th of June, we are home for the summer. The West Indies take on Australia in 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals across Barbados, Grenada, St. Kitts and Jamaica. So if you happen to be in any of these countries at that time, you can get your tickets at www.windiescricket.com.
So the folks for these two teams, the Windward Islands and Barbados, can expect some cricket in the summer with Australia in the Caribbean. Matches at Barbados, Kensington Oval and Stadium over in Grenada. Stadium that I've been to in Grenada.
The National Stadium, how is it?
Yes, it's a beautiful place. It's nice and cozy, not the biggest stadium that you have in the Caribbean. It's more of a cozy stadium, maybe even maybe as small as this one, maybe even a little tighter, but it's really nice. He's getting a full pitch delivery from the new bowler, who's Jeremy Edwards, called no ball by the umpire, full above the waist, full fast pitched delivery above the waist. Yeah. And then what is beautiful about the Grenada Stadium, outside of the stadium, there's a hill that with houses and so on just rising from outside of the stadium that just gives it that absolutely beautiful atmosphere. And then you have the Kiwani James Stadium on the other end. Here is he hitting the free hit high over mid-wicket, 6 runs.
Yeah, not a good start here for Jeremy Edwards at all. A no ball over the waist first ball, and then a free hit short going into the pitch, and it just sat up for Kelani Clark to dispatch it over the mid-wicket region, pulling it all the way for 6.
One of the things that I've noticed in these matches that these youngsters are always very aware of the free hit and look to go after them. Edwards continue outside the line of the off stump. Clark was looking to bash that one somewhere through the offside.
Just looking to hit that a bit too hard. Kelani Clark, timing still works. 2 men out for Jeremy Edwards, third man and the cover sweeper, so I am hoping he'd be looking to bowl to that field.
And here is this delivery outside line of the off stump. And are you into Carifta games?
Well, no, I haven't. I was following the young Antiguan, Tyra Fenton.
Well, Antigua just won another medal at the Carifta game. Young Zonique Edwards, the javelin thrower, won the under-17 javelin competition over there in Trinidad and Tobago. So she's gone there and done the business. And I saw her at inter-school level. Strong girl, throwing almost 50 meters for an under-17 girl.
So that would have been 3 medals in
That's the fourth medal. Fourth medal. That's the fourth medal for Antigua.
4 across 3 different disciplines.
Yes.
Shot put, javelin, sprinting.
Yep. So
a bit of a mix-up here between young Clark and Hines. Clark just steering that to the point fielder, and he picked up quickly, and I'm not sure.
A direct hit, he would have been certainly gone, but he survives. He was able to get back in Jahidi Hines.
Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication there between the two.
Yeah, Hines was really rushing down, wanting that single sent back by Clark, and I think rightly so, because the ball was going quickly to that fielder. Jeremy Edward continue outside the off stump, full toss, hit away into the deep. The fielder on the cover boundary fields, and just a single. Edwards continued to struggle a little bit in this over in terms of his control. It's just the second full delivery we are seeing him deliver. This time was a little bit wider. That's a good delivery from the left-handed Jeremy Edward to finish the over. At the end of over number 7, Barbados, they are on 45 for 2 and pretty positive in terms of the number of runs they've scored for the power play so far. Still 3 overs to go in the power play. You would think that Barbados would be aiming for somewhere maybe about 60, 70 runs from here, having gotten to 45 so far.
Yeah, it's already been a good power play so far for the Barbados team after losing 2 quick wickets in the first over of the day. These two have rebuilt solidly so far, putting on 45. And here we see the young Dylan John continuing.
Full toss, whipped away into the mid-wicket region, 4 runs. Can't bowl like that to Clark because he's in one of those moods that he's putting away any bad delivery that is being bowled to him today.
Yeah, he's been having a good tournament so far, the young Kalani Clark, and I'm sure he's seeing this ball as big as a breadfruit right now. So a full toss by Dylan John, that one just getting away from him on the stumps, and Kalani Clark just flicks that flamboyantly over the mid-wicket fielder's head for 4.
So here we see John coming in and Clark covers up. So good comeback delivery that from John.
Yeah, it's important that he just stays a bit disciplined here and not try too much. Don't try and force the issue. Don't try and bowl any magic deliveries. Top of off usually is suffice for any fast bowler.
He's driving and the catch is taken. Is it taken or did he put it down? Looks as if he dropped it from this distance.
Yeah, but it was put down from my vantage.
Yeah, he's trying to claim it, but for me, I think he might have dropped it. We might get to see again just from his action. He's trying to claim it, but I thought that it might have slipped out of his grasp. Let's have a look. Full toss, flicked hard, and we don't have much evidence from that. We'll see what the decision of umpire Bernard Joseph is. Not out. Yes, I think that it's the right decision, because to me, it looked as if he dropped it.
Most definitely.
Just the second gather, it looked almost as if he didn't gather it cleanly. And I think that after discussion with Shekels, who was pretty close to the situation, the umpire would have decided that the catch was dropped. So Clark survives. Here is John to him, and he's covering up, playing it up in the onside, and there is no run. So the
Dylan John bowling well so far. Just the one full toss getting away from him.
Is it the number 29, Janiel Williams, that dropped that catch? Just trying to identify the player in that decision that he has.
21, Alex
Armstrong. Number 21, Alex Armstrong. He was replaced belatedly in the last game, and that one was hit to him. Good effort in the end, but I just thought that it got away from him, and just that second grab would have created the doubt. He claimed the catch, but I think in the end the right decision was made by the umpires, because from our vantage point, looked as if he might have put it down. We don't have the benefit of all the 54 cameras and so on that they have in the international games. So we have to go with the umpires. This one is steered away down to third man.
Yes, well bowled again by Dylan John. A single to end the over, but again, well bowled. 4 overs so far for the young lad. Only conceding 15. His figures not doing justice as to how many balls he's putting in the right areas. He seems to have a very strong action and a good seam and wrist presentation, giving the ball all he can give it to do what it needs to do off the pitch. But that single brought up the 50 for Barbados on the 15s, coming in 8 overs.
So 54-2, if you're just joining us. Prasad was bowled without scoring, and then Captain Paris was caught behind first delivery. So Justin Paris also going without scoring. Another pleasant looking drive from Clark will get another boundary. That was class. Just stepping forward and easing that one. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just using the pace of Jeremy and hitting that one past the extra cover fielder and picked up a beautifully looking boundary.
Yeah, most definitely. Just stepping into that ball there was young Clark. Over pitching by Jeremy Edwards, just trying to find his line and length. And a beautiful shot by Kalani Clark.
He's playing another good looking shot, but this time there is a fielder out on the boundary, so he'll just get a single. But Clark looks good, looks an organized, a decent player.
My oh my, what a young man in form. Coming over the wicket, left-hander. And just a beautiful cover drive as we see on the replay there, beating extra cover to his right, a diving extra cover, and the mid-off had no chance. And Jahidi Hines is keen to match his batting partner. He does not want to be left out here at the ARG.
He picks up a 4, another boundary.
Yeah, just steers that just off the back foot there, just steers it to the left of backward point. Can't get to it there. And third man didn't even bother chasing. So 9 off the first 3 balls of the 9th over. The score moves on to 59 for 2.
59 for 2. Barbados. Outside the line of the awesome from Jeremy, no run. Barbados winning the toss and batting. We've seen a lot of teams winning the toss and inserting the opposition. Probably in the 3 matches that we've covered so far, all the teams that won the toss inserted the opposition and chose to chase. Barbados wants to set a score. So they're being different and they're trusting their batting ability against the Windward Islands. And
yeah, it's a lot of confidence being put in the batsmen. I mean, they've been scoring well so far. I think the highest total of the tournament so far has been scored by Barbados. So they have a lot of faith and a lot of confidence in their batting lineup to put a respectable total on the board here at ARG.
And in terms of score, after 9 overs, they're 59 for 2. So they certainly have gone well in the power play. A healthy scoring rate of 6.56 so far.
But yes, the young Kalani Clark is looking good here so far. Very positive. A lot of intent, looking to get the singles where he can. But from a technical standpoint, he seems put together well. Very compact. He seems to be a good player here, the young Kalani Clark. Very compact. Playing the ball on its merit, not looking to be too risky. So we see John continuing here from the Sir Vivian Richards end.
Clark is just steering one into the offside field, no run.
Yeah, that seems to be the only spot of bother here, and I hope that the Windward Island bowlers take notice of that. The one chink in the arm of Kalani Clark so far. Just a bit hesitant when the ball is on the off stump. Just a bit hesitant.
Especially when it's not full up to him, when it's just short of a length. But here is he getting one that is, he's banging away. Had no pace. It was just a little bit short from Dylan John or Dylan John, and he gave him a little bit of room as well outside line of the off stump, and Clark made him pay. Gets his 39th run, and the total goes on to 63.
And I believe with that boundary, that would have brought up the 50-run partnership between Jahidi Hines and Kalani Clark. Clark dominating the
certainly
partnership.
Has.
Clark dominating this partnership so far with 39. Hines only contributing 7, but a good partnership nonetheless.
Good partnership, especially after they lost 2 quick wickets early on in the first over of the match. So this has certainly been quite a recovery from the Barbados team. They've moved on to 63 for 2. Dylan John is again being driven by Clark to the offside, and the fielders almost getting themselves in a little bit of a bunch, pulling it back, and the batsmen were able to cross for 3 runs. Both fielders just almost colliding at that moment when they were looking to pull the ball back inside of the boundary. No real communication, should have been talking to each other, and both fielders going diving over the boundary.
Yeah, the exuberance of youth in full flow there. No communication, just set off, head down, running down the ball, trying to stop a boundary.
So he sent out the man at cover, and the boundary is brought up the fine leg fielder, and he's asked for the fielder to go across, Alex Armstrong to go across into the offside as well. So he strengthened the offside field and has left the fine leg vacant. Dylan John, and then he bowls one on the line of the leg stump, the batsmen are able to flick that one through the square leg region and they get 2 runs. I was just about to say you just brought up the fine leg and then he strained a little bit on the leg stump.
Yeah, I'm not going to be too harsh on the young John there. He was just eased through the offside by getting too wide, just trying to overcorrect and bring it a bit straighter, but just a tad too straight. And if I'm going to be honest, I think Hines maybe got across a little bit.
Here is Hines driving through the offside, but he's put that man out on the sweeper boundary, so he will only get 1 run. Pleasant stroke though by Jahidi Hines. That has brought us to the end of the power play. At the end of it, the total has gone on to 69 for 2. So 10 overs gone. Clark has gone on quickly to 42. Jahidi Hines is there on 15. So we are about to see another change in bowling for the Windward Islands. Looks as if it's going to be Tittle who is coming on. Delroy Tittle, and he's also listed as a medium pace bowler.
Yeah, number 77, the young Tittle coming into the attack here at the end of the power play. I think this is a good move here, just giving the young left-hander Jeremy Edwards just a breather to collect himself and come back for a strong second spell.
So we watch and see what Tittle will bring to the table today. First delivery is called wide, just attacking that wide line outside the off stump, and just on the wrong side of it was Delroy Tittle.
Yeah, the Windward Islands are going to have to try and find a way to stem the flow of runs here. So young Tittle has a job to do.
His delivery is driven, but good feeling in the outfield there, stopping any runs.
Yeah, good feeling by the extra cover fielder, getting a hand to that and stopping what may well have been another 4. Number 4, it seems.
Maybe it's 14, because I'm not seeing a number 4 listed. It's probably, yep, Caleb Charles, the number 4 who is fielding there. So certainly good bit of feeling. And Hines, I'm sure he thought that he might have had runs there. This is Tittle. Again, full toss, but is driven straight to Caleb Charles at that extra cover region, no run. Hines looks a little bit frustrated with himself because he really should be looking to put away those full toss deliveries. The bowler would have felt that he got away with that full toss and goes into the book as a dot ball.
Yeah, no pressure at all for the young Hines at this moment in time.
Outside the line of the off stump, no runs. He might be putting himself under pressure because he looked a bit frustrated after missing out on that full delivery. And sometimes at this young stage, especially when you think that you should be scoring, they tend to rush things and play something rash. Hines gets a good delivery though this time. Digs it out, but Caleb Charles is quickly across. Does the fielding, no run.
what's important for these young batsmen to understand is that there are going to be periods in time in your innings where you're going to be scoring quickly, and then sometimes where you might have to have your foot on the brakes. And as we see another wide here from Delroy Tittle.
And Tittle again, not bowling very quickly, more of a gentle medium. Maybe one of those type of bowlers that will just try to get it on a line and length and look to contain. He's pitching another one outside the line of the off stump. This time it gets past Wickham behind the stumps. And so they scamper through as well for an additional extra. So 2 runs to the total. But he's at wide, dot, wide.
Yeah, the only runs coming off of him are extras so far.
So 8 deliveries delivered so far. And he ends with a dot ball. So 73 for 2. The total goes up to at the end of over number 11.
Yes, this has been a good start here by the Barbados under 15s. Ominous signs for the Windward Islands after 11 overs. 73 for 2, and we're going to see
it's a drinks break. Yep, so we'll also take an opportunity to refresh ourselves and remind you about the upcoming West Indies series. So we're back here at Antigua Recreation Grounds, live coverage of this under 15 match between the Windward Islands and Barbados. Barbados this morning winning the toss and electing to bat first, losing 2 wickets in their first over, but they've since recovered. This is a new over started.
Jordan Charles, number 18, into the attack.
Charles, the listed leg spinner here for the Windward Islands.
Beautifully bowled there, his second ball. Lovely length, just outside the off stump, good line as well. The batsman just leaves alone.
He's had 2 good deliveries to start. And Hines just punching one for a single out to the long off region. Think you're going to need Charles to try and stem the flow of runs here, just slow things down a little bit for the Windward Islands against Barbados, or Windward Islands might find themselves, if they don't stem the flow of runs, chasing a massive total. Clark is forward, playing defensively, no run.
Yeah, this is definitely what's needed here by the Windward Islands. A few overs of building some pressure, building some dots, and hopefully the batsman can make a mistake.
This one is a poor delivery and is banged away. Did it carry all the way? Yes, it did. According to umpire Bernard Joseph, it carried all the way over the mid-wicket boundary, backward square leg boundary correction, and 6 runs. He latched onto that one very quickly.
Yeah, short and down the leg side by Jordan Charles. Just getting that one wrong there.
He doesn't have much protection on the leg side either.
Yeah, Kilani Clark not hesitating one bit to rock back on the back foot and expose the vacant deep square leg region.
Reaching for one, Clark, no run.
Yes.
So that's brought up the end of the over. 80 for 2. 80 for 2 at the end of over number 12.
Yeah, runs are leaking here for the Windward Islands team. 7 off of that over. Started well. The young Charles, just the one bad ball going for 6. But Windward Islands are going to have to do something, and do something quickly, lest this game gets away from them any further. Number 77 continuing, Delroy Tittle from the commentary box end. I mean, the Windward Islands just need a few quiet overs here.
Yeah, they do need a few quiet overs, just some overs that build some pressure on the Barbados team, but every over they seem to be delivering a boundary ball. Let's see if Tittle can stem the flow of runs. First delivery is hit away into the offside field. Tumbling save. Is that the captain? Looks like the captain in that position.
Number 29. The vice captain.
That's Janiel Williams, the
Yes.
vice captain. Here we see outside the line of the off stump, and he's edging and caught behind. So that's the end of Jahidi Hines. Full pitch delivery from Tittle, and he was just driving loosely outside the line of the off stump. Thin edge found, and he has to go back to the pavilion.
Yeah, well bowled by the young Tittle. We were mentioning his lack of pace, but he came to do a job, and it's just to pitch it up and force the batsman to make a mistake, and the young Jahidi Hines has to go. Just full outside the line of the off stump, maybe a little bit of a shape away from the batsman, having a drive at it, and Barbados now 80 for 3.
So 84-3, the Barbados team, and And number 5, that looks to be Batson,
Yes,
has
Javion Batson.
come out to join Clark for the Barbados team. And we were just saying that Tittle needs to probably stem the flow of runs, and he delivers it with a wicket. No better way to stem the flow of runs than to take wickets.
Yes, most definitely, and I think now we'll see a very how is Kalani Clark going to play from here on out. Massive partnership would have been broken between him and Jahidi Hines. So the set batsman at the other end, the opening batsman, just giving him a bit of freedom. Is he going to limit himself, or is he going to continue in the same vein so far?
I think personally he probably just needs to get the half century first and then continue to bat in the way that he's been batting all the his normal way of batting.
Well, yes, most definitely. Javion Batson having it a bit easier, coming in at number 5 and being able to just build an innings from here while Kalani Clark goes on along his merry way.
Outside the line of the off stump, caught behind. So Batson edges found and the umpire sends him on his way. He looks very disappointed, but 2 wickets now for Tittle for the Windward Islands, and the Windward Islands are back in this one. It's now what, 82 for 4.
Yes, he's clearly found his line and length here, the young Tittle, finding the edge yet again, and the young batsman dejected. Javion Batson could not believe that he has edged that one there.
Tried to outfox the umpire, didn't look back at all as that one went into the gloves of the wicket keeper. But he had a little bit of a, what we would call a little bit of a sheepish look on his face.
Yes, most definitely, but he has to go back to the sheds.
Yep, he's back in the sheds, and it brings out Rajiv Pasaram with the number 6 on his back, and the Barbados team in a spot of bother at 82 for 4.
Yes, a bit of a coincidence here. Number 6 jersey coming in at number 6. Just an astute observation there. But yeah, he's definitely found his line and length here, the young Tittle. Not looking for too much pace or to do too much with the ball. Just put it in the correct areas and force the batsman to make a mistake, and both have made a mistake this over.
My question would be, are the Barbadian batsmen too tentative when they're batting Tittle? Do they need to probably be a little bit more positive towards him? I just find that because he's bowling a little bit slowly, they're kind of just a little bit tentative outside that off stump.
I mean, I think the tentativeness comes from the areas that he's bowling. I mean, what the batsmen have done so well today is to capitalize on bad balls. So if they're short, they're pulling and cutting. If it's full, they're driving. But he's not really bowling full enough for them to drive convincingly, nor is he bowling short enough for them to rock back and give it a good connection.
Tries an effort ball on that occasion, fires it down the leg side to the new batsman in Pusaram.
Yeah.
Pasuram. Let's make sure. Rajiv Pasuram.
Yes, we would not want another concerned
Parent?
relative in the comments of.
You have to bear with us. We don't have anyone who is near to us to assist us with the pronunciation. So we're going strictly based on phonics that we would have learned in school.
Yes, most definitely. But just a bit of encouragement. If anyone, there's a live chat on all the games streamed by Cricket West Indies in this regional under 15 competition. So if you have any insight, any views that you'd like to share with the world, the live chat is open to all. And just a reminder to please be respectful for all in the chat.
Yeah, and our technician says that we have this one down pack, Pasuram, so we feeling good about ourselves now. Here's this delivery to the left-handed Passuram, and Passuram just trying to get into his innings, plays it defensively into the offside field, and there's no run. 83 for 4 after 13 overs. Remember, it's a 50 over per side contest, so there's still 37 overs to go in this one, in this Barbados innings.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are home this summer. The West Indies take on Australia in 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals, with the first test starting the 25th of June in Bridgetown, Barbados at the Kensington Oval. Here we see Jordan Charles continuing for his second over, and it's back of a length there, tucked into the leg side, where Kalani Clark gets a single.
Yeah, he's on to 49. Kalani Clark, just one short of that half century. But he has been standing at that non-striker's end and watching 2 wickets go down at the other end. No doubt his thinking might have changed just a tinge because of the loss of those 2 wickets. He's probably thinking, now I have to make sure that I bat responsibly from here on in.
Well, I think so far he's done a good job in batting responsibly. He hasn't taken too much risk and not played any rash shots, just capitalizing on the bad balls and looking to negotiate the good ones.
Passuram, who is with him, is defensive. No run.
Yeah, what is important now at this stage of the game is for Passuram to not put too much pressure on the young Clark, maybe offering some assistance by rotating the strike, getting a few singles just to get himself going.
Passuram gets a googly delivery there. That goes past his outside edge into the gloves of Wickham. No run.
Yeah, well bowled by Jordan Charles, again going past the outside edge, and the keeper Wickham just asking the question of the square leg umpire. But well bowled. 2 good deliveries so far, googly followed by one just sliding across, drawing the batsman forward.
Charles continues. This one is taking the outer edge. Passuram wants a single, sent back by Clark. So I think he's bowled him 3 googlies in a row.
Well, I'm not sure if they're googlies or as much as just not turning, a bit of natural variation out the hand. But he's found the edge. Hopefully it goes to hand.
Beating him outside the line of the off stump this time. Passuram was looking to play an aggressive shot. The ball goes into the gloves of wicketkeeper Wickham to end over number 14. At the end of it, the scoring rate is coming down. Passuram is yet to score. Kalani Clark is on 49, 84 for 4. So those 2 wickets for Tittle has just quieted things down a tinge. Slowed up the scoring rate as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. Clark on 49, facing up to Delroy Tittle. 1 short of a half century here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
Tittle continues with delivery outside the line of the off stump. See sunshine around, some high clouds in the sky, no immediate threat of rain here at ARG. Sprinkling of spectators. As Clark gets his 50 with that one, just pushes it into the offside field. And the Barbados supporters who have supported this team throughout this tournament, they've traveled to every venue that they've played, and they're making themselves known, celebrating that 50 for Clark.
Yeah, well played by the young Killarney Clark. 50 off of 48 deliveries with 6 4s and 2 6s. And this is only the start. 50 within the first 15 overs of the match, and we have 50 overs to be played if they bat through the innings.
So he has every opportunity to continue to carry on to try and get 100.
Yeah, he's set for a big one here at the ARG, as we see Parsuram getting his first run, just easing it down to the long off fielder for his first run, a single. The score moves on to 86.
So 86 for 4 in over number 15. Clark is naughty, chasing a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. No need for that. Was always going to get the wide. Could have just taken away the risk and left that one alone. Wouldn't want to have edged that one and gone into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. He would have thought that he was unlucky. He dropped. He took a leading edge and went back to Tittle, and I thought Tittle was just a little bit confident, was almost celebrating before he took the catch, and he put it down, and a shocked looking Ashamari Cornelius here in the commentary box.
Yeah, you couldn't have wanted a better opportunity to dismiss the set Killarney Clark. A leading edge, coming back with no pace at all, and I guess he was just a bit too complacent.
Yeah,
maybe he couldn't believe his luck.
If we look at it, you could see that he was about to celebrate when the ball came back into his gloves. When we'll have a look at it.
I'm of the opinion that I don't think he believed his luck. He just couldn't believe it.
Ball coming back to him as we are seeing a wide delivery pitched outside the line of the off. So just couldn't. He probably just didn't believe it, as you say, and in just looking to effect the catch, he put it down.
Yeah, you really need to take those catches, especially at this stage of the game. 88 for 4. The set batsman would have been in the sheds.
Certainly would have been back in the pavilion, and so Clark can consider himself lucky, and when you get away from something like that, as we see the over come to an end, 88 for 4, when you get away from something like that, you definitely need to go on and make 100.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, he didn't give any chances in the 50 runs that he made until just now. So maybe deserved, some might say, for batting so well, navigating the Barbados on the 15s through a power play where they lost 2 wickets in the first over. So maybe deserved, but the bowler would look to the heavens when he's gone back to his fielding position. He's at backward point there with his hands on his hips. He maybe couldn't believe that he dropped that catch. But
yeah, it was very easy. It was far too easy for him to put that down.
Where we see Jordan Charles continuing.
I don't think he's ever going to get an easier bowl and caught chance in his life.
Yeah, they're not going to let him live that one down at all. He might hear about that 5 years later. I mean, he seems to look the part. A very good line and length containment bowler. Very consistent in his line and length. He knows what he's about. Erring just a few times, but...
And Clark is cutting 1 for 4 past the point fielder. Feel that point there, just tumbling down, allowing the ball to go past him in Stevens.
Yeah, just short and wide there from Jordan Charles. And Kalani Clark takes full toll and beats the point fielder for 4. He moves on to 54, the score on to 93.
Continues to look very good, does the batsman in Kalani Clark. Playing one out into the offside once more, quietly, no run. Just rushing one there is Clark, just trying to probably dab it away into the offside, no run.
I mean, I like the look of this Jordan Charles when he lands the ball in the right areas. With his height, seems like a bit of drift into the right-handed batsman. He looks a threat. But single to Kalani Clark to end the over. Barbados on the 15s, 94 for 4 from 16. The young Delroy Tittle will want to atone for his transgressions.
It's going to continue. Looks as if they're going to make a bowling change.
Yes, he may not get the opportunity.
Wonder if the captain is just disappointed. You put that down, I'm taking you off.
No, I don't want to believe that would be the thought process of the captain here. Maybe giving him a bit of a rest. I think he would have bowled his 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah. So
we see 29 coming into the attack. The vice captain, Janelle Williams.
it's also listed here, Janelle Williams, as the reserved wicketkeeper.
Well, a jack of all trades, the young Williams.
So he's just trying to make sure that he has his fielders where he wants them to. Not sure. Because he has asked that man at the third man position to come a little closer, as we see just a run to Clark, just easing the first delivery into the offside field.
Yeah, needed a better effort from the fielder there. Just letting that one go past him. Number 10, John. Yeah, better effort needed, but a solid start by Janelle Williams so far.
Williams just trying to, I think that there seems to be a little bit of a conflict in terms of him and the captain, because he's put in the fielder one place. The captain had sent the fielder a different location, and he wants him back. So the fielder there must have felt a little bit frustrated, being moved across the field. He's bowling a full toss that is driven out to the long off region, just for 1 by Pasaram. Field changes over now for the left hand right hand combination, and Janelle Williams bowling left arm spin. Another delivery that is played quietly, so he's not bowling with too much of pace, so Clark having to wait on that one to get to him. He's now hitting this one a little bit harder out to the long off region. Good work by the fielder in the deep in Caleb Charles, and Just a single.
Yeah, solid over so far from the young Williams, only conceding 3. He'd want to close out this over well, and that he does.
A little bit of flight he had on that last delivery, played quietly by Passaram. The end of the over, it has moved on to 97 for 4. 97 for 4 after 17.
Yes, beautiful scenes here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds this Easter Monday.
Easter Monday is a holiday here in Antigua and Barbuda. Today is the beach day. So many folks would have been heading to one of the 365 beaches for a picnic today.
Yes, most definitely hitting up the supermarkets maybe earlier this morning.
Yeah, and
just after church. Walking with a grill, you know how we do it in the Caribbean.
quite a number of folks would have been camping since last Thursday evening. Would have been probably bringing an end to their camp today. I think the camporee for the Adventist church in this region ends today as well. I think they had 1,800 folks here in Antigua and Barbuda for that camp. We're told there was a little bit of a misfeel in the outfield by the Windward Islands and not taken advantage of. I thought that could have been 2 runs had the Barbados batters been a little bit more positive in their running, but they end up just getting a single in the end.
Yeah, not helping themselves here, the Windward Islands team. But as we would have mentioned, yes, it's Easter Monday here in Antigua. And have you ever made an experience making one of those grills with an old tire, an old rim from a car, and some? No.
No. Well, I've used one, but not making it. I've actually used one before.
Yes, customary in the Caribbean. We make do with what we have.
Yeah. If you go on the beach today, you're gonna see many versions of that grill. Here is this one. Appeal from the umpire, from the bowler. Not so much so from the other fielders.
Most definitely, that's
Passaram was just pushing at that one, maybe just taking on the front pad. So again, just another dot ball to end the over. 100 has come up for Barbados. 100 for 4 after the 18 overs. Rajiv Passaram, he's on 4. And Kalani Clark has progressed to 59.
Yeah, so there'll be a lot of people on the beach in Antigua right now. Church is over. Everybody's headed to the beach. They have their barbecue chicken or maybe some fish to put on the grill. Their coolers packed with beverages.
Not so many church services on a Easter Monday morning, more so on Easter Sundays when a lot of the churches celebrate. So today is definitely almost the let your hair down day.
And it's today, if I'm not mistaken, the Kite Festival.
Kite Festival is today up at Devil's Bridge.
Celebrating 20 years, 10 years, 20 years, yeah.
They've been around for a while. Yesterday, I think they were flying indoor kites up at the airport. So folks who would have come into the country yesterday would have had a spectacle as they come out of the inside of the airport into the arrivals hall. They would have met the folks from the kite flying indoor kites.
But yes, if you want the...
Oh, my word! He cut in one and hitting it straight into the forehead of the field at slip, and he's going to be in a spot of bother. Hopefully he's not hurt too badly, so we're just going to have a break in play.
Yeah, just not getting the hands up in time. It looked to be an arm ball. And his hands were still resting on his thighs at the point of release. I hope he's okay. The slip fielder. I think it's Jordan Charles.
They're
I,
calling for the ambulance to come. So the physio looks very concerned. He's waving for the ambulance folks to come. We see them coming now with the stretcher. So we are going to take a short break as they deal with that situation. Barbados, they're 101 for 4. So we're still here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. We have not yet had a restart in play after we had that injury to the Windward Islands player. We're just trying to confirm who that player is. Looks as if it's Jordan Charles. It looked like him from our vantage point. So Jordan Charles, who was at the slip, the ball was cut, full-blooded cut from the right-handed Jelani Clark, and he was just there, had his hands on his thigh, and the ball from our vantage point went full flush into his forehead, and he was injured. He's taken away on the stretcher by the ambulance. We are not sure if he's going to be taken to the hospital or if they're going to administer some treatment on him over there in the ambulance area, but we do hope that he's not been badly hurt and that he will be okay, because in the scheme of things for the Windward Islands, he's also an integral part of their batting lineup. So we're hoping that he will be okay. So we're just about to have resumption in play, and Williams is going to continue. So first delivery after that forced stoppage is driven by Passuram pleasantly for a single to get the 102nd run up for the Barbados team. 102 for 4 in over number 20. Over number 19, correction. So here is this delivery that is tossed up and just turned away into the onside. Should be 2. A little bit of lethargic type running from the Barbados team. That one was not traveling very quickly, and they feel having to do a lot of work on that mid-wicket boundary, but they just ambled through for a single. The Barbados team, they've not really been really good in terms of running between the wickets today. I think they've left 1 or 2 runs there. Here is the delivery down the leg side, called wide, going through the legs of wicketkeeper Wickham, and so 2 more will be added to the total. So Jordan Charles is the player who is injured, and he is an integral part, I was saying, Asher, of the Windward Islands batting. So they will be hoping that he's not too badly injured.
Yes, I got some information from the match referee, and he'll be replaced in the side. From what I've heard, I don't think he'll be taking any further part in the bowling innings. The batting remains to be seen, but from what I've heard...
But I think once he's replaced, isn't it that he's replaced? A concussion replacement? The ball hitting him in the head?
Well, yes, I think so. So if that's the case, what they were saying is that the bowler that replaces him would not be able to bowl just bat and field, because he has to be replaced with a like
for like
bowler,
yeah.
which
like
would be
like,
a leg spinner, and they don't have any others.
Okay.
So there would be a bowler short in their innings, the Windward Islands. Unfortunate. I'm wishing young Jordan Charles all the best.
Yeah, really, it was really a terrible sight there, just to see that the ball just had hit him really flush in the forehead. His hands were still on his thigh. Didn't react at all, didn't react quickly enough, and the ball hit him in the head. And once it's a head injury, the concussion protocol and all the other protocols spring into action, and so we wish him well. He's in the ambulance. They have not yet taken him away, so we're not sure if they're going to try and treat him here or they're going to take him for further scans at the hospital. That would be my suggestion. Take him, make sure that everything is okay. Take him there, have a scan, maybe do an MRI or something of the sort, just to be sure. Here we watch as the start of a new over. The second delivery is driven, and again a bit of misfield by the Windward Islands, and the come back for 2.
Yes, I think it may be the same fielder again, if I'm not mistaken. I think it could have been number 10, Dylan John.
So Keelan Christmas is the bowler, flighted, and Clark was looking to latch onto that one. Almost trained himself in trying to hit that one too hard, but he hit it to straight mid-wicket, no run. Christmas trying to entice him. Here is he playing one hard out into the offside field. Fielder on the boundary does the fielding, and they're able to get just 1 run.
Yeah, just cruising here is the Barbados under 15s. Minimal fuss from Kilani Clark as he carries on with his innings. Parsuram looking to build his innings.
Christmas is in, and Parsuram, who's not looked very aggressive, is just trying to see himself in. Plays defensively, no run. 65 is Jelani Clark, who has been the more aggressive of the 2 batters. He's going to get a run here as this one squeezes off the inner edge and goes into backward square position, and 1 more to the total. To end the over, at the end of it, over the partnership is on 30 of 43 deliveries. Parsuram just contributing 6 runs and 17 to Kilani Clark. 110 for 4 the end of 20 overs.
So on today, Easter Monday, if you were home, what would have been the meal of choice?
As we're just having a look again at that.
The umpire didn't like to see that at all.
Yeah, it was.
The umpire's initial reaction was hands on head.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It was unfortunate.
Yes, most definitely.
Meal of choice today, I would have been looking to probably support someone who's doing a hustle.
Well, I mean,
would have been
the Good Friday.
I'm not a Dokana person actually. I would have opted today for a seasoned rice, or maybe something with ribs or something of the sort.
So now the question at hand is, an Antiguan that does not like Dokana, with or without raisins, just none of the above.
I don't like Dokana.
No.
I preferred fungi.
I see.
So
with okra or without okra?
It doesn't matter. Once it's fungi, I'm good. I actually like okras. Personally, I eat okras even. I even have okras as a side dish. So I don't mind with or without okras.
Agreed.
Fungi is fungi for me. You roll it well, and it comes together well. I am happy.
Agreed. But a seasoned rice will be the meal of choice for today. I agree.
Definitely today. A day like today, I would just want to have a good seasoned rice. In Trinidad, they call it
fry rice.
Not fry rice. The other one that is cooked with the chicken, pilau. Something similar like pilau. Yeah.
Okay, so without the pork.
Yeah, without the pork, but
no.
it's a similar dish, just called differently as you go across the Caribbean. Here is we see Parsuram just pulling out. He's just not settled into his stance. He's a little bit slow in terms of his movements. Parsuram just takes a while to settle in, and the left-hand spinner in Janelle Williams, we've seen since he's been eager to bowl his deliveries.
Yes,
if you notice, he turns quickly and just is always ready to go. Here is he again, in, and Parsuram can't beat the infield, just plays it squares of the wicket, and there's no run. 111 for 4 at the end of that over. So let us know, where will you be taking in the action? Because we're home this year. Australia, they're coming to town. Where will you be? Will you be in Bridgetown? Will you be in Georgetown? Will you be up in Kingston? Or are you going over there in Bastia? Let us know where you're going to be. This delivery at the start of a new over just worked away by Clark. Gets another run easily into the offside. So 112 for 4, the total.
Yeah, it's a bit easier now for Kalani Clark. He's set 71 deliveries faced already, so pushing it down the ground is not a big ask of him.
So
Pasaram, on the other hand, getting a bit frustrated, not being able to find a single there.
So here we watch again. Christmas is in and just trying to hold one back slightly to the left-handed Pasaram.
Yes, a very low arm action by Killan Christmas, getting very low, not up on the toes, as is typical with a spin bowler.
Pasaram is able to get off strike, brings Kilani Clark back into strike, 113 for 4-way win over number 22. The Windwards wouldn't mind having Pasaram on strike because he's not scoring as freely as we are seeing now with Clark.
Yes, getting another single there. Just a bit of a thick edge to the third man fielder, who cleans up quite efficiently. As we see Christmas around the wicket to Pasaram. Wide signaled by the standing umpire, Bernard Joseph. And just not being able to close out the over yet. 115 for 4, Barbados under 15s cruising at this point in time in their innings. As Pasaram guides a ball outside the off stump from Christmas down to the short third man fielder for a single.
Better from Pasaram, just trying to tick the scoreboard over, because a few overs he's just been there, just been prodding, just playing defensive, not really getting the ball into any gaps, just eating up some dot balls from the Windward. He's faced 28 deliveries and he's only scored 8 runs. Whereas Kalani Clark has scored 67 from his 72 deliveries. So again, just a difference in terms of approach. But Pasaram is on strike. Janelle Williams is going to continue with his left arm bowling. And I just saw the match referee and others coming back, and then we see that they have summoned a different ambulance. So I believe they're going to take Charles to the hospital, but they have to just make sure that that stationary ambulance is always in place. This delivery again is driven back by Pasaram for another dot ball, and he's looking as if he's frustrating himself because he's unable to really get off strike. Pasaram, he's already faced 31 deliveries for his 8, so 3 dot balls he's faced in this over, and you can see that the frustration is building.
Yeah, this is good bowling so far from Janelle Williams. He's tempting the batsman, flighting the ball well, and Pasaram trying his endeavour best not to overcomplicate it, and very well fielded by the fielder out on the long off boundary.
Yeah, just almost a shot in desperation from Pasaram. He slapped one out to the long off region, and the fielder there tumbling to his right to stop the boundary, so he's able to get 2.
Yes, very well fielded by the young man out there. Looks to be number 5, Lewis.
Yeah, Darwin Lewis.
Yes, well fielded by him.
So we are seeing that the umpire again just denying the fielder from coming on to probably bring a message for Kelani Clark and Rajiv Pasuram. I think we're getting close to the water break, so they'll have an opportunity in just about an over or 2 to speak to the 2 players. So here we watch as this is Clark facing up to Christmas, and Christmas has him coming forward, playing in the offside no run. So Kelani Clark, he's on 67. Rajiv Pasuram, he is not out on 10 of 34 deliveries.
Yes, so.
And I was going to say in the last over, I think a flighted delivery to Pasuram at this stage is a good delivery. Reason being that he is not getting the ball away. He's a bit frustrated. Here is Clark just driving straight to that long off fielder, gets a run. And I think that with him being frustrated as well, showing the frustration as well, you want to give him a couple of things to entice him. Maybe, he will play a shot out of anger or a shot out of frustration and gives you an opportunity to get a wicket there. So Christmas is in, and this time Pasuram is opening up and steering this one into the offside field. Gets a single, so he'll feel a lot better about that one.
Yes, I agree with your sentiments to be able to flight the ball, but just not get too full. It's important to flight the ball on a length to draw the batsman out or get him driving.
Here is an appeal, not out, says the umpire. The quicker delivery from Christmas.
Yes, good variation there by Killing Christmas.
Christmas with just not a usual action. It's a little varied in his actions, and the end of the over has come up 120 for 4 after 24, and the umpires have signaled for the water break. We too will take a short break. 68 is Kelani Clark. Rajiv Pasuram is 11 as the Barbados innings continue after 24 overs, 120 for 4. And so we are back after the drinks breaks. The players would have been refreshed and ready to go again. Would have had the opportunity to just have a chat amongst themselves. Probably some of the messages that were being sent out would have now gotten through to the players. Here we watch as Pasram gets a delivery that is down the leg side, swings at it, misses it, but it goes past the wicket keeper and it goes down to the boundary for some wides. So 5 more runs will go into the book for the Barbados team, and not the way that the Windward Islands would want to have started after the drinks break.
Yes, most definitely. Not
Wickham,
helping their cause.
Wickham didn't skip on that occasion to try and take that one that was fired down the leg side by Janelle Williams. Janelle Williams, he's changed his line of attack now. He's decided to go around the wicket to the left-handed Pasram, who gets a run down to long off. It's one more to the total. He's just waiting. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to be updated. Total is what, 130? 126. 126 for 4. This delivery is played away into the offside field, and there is no run. Don't know if they can contact, but they've put the tent in front of the scoreboard, so we are unable to see the manual scoreboard at this stage. This delivery is played quietly into the offside field, no run. Maybe you can reach to the match referee, see if they can have that adjusted.
Yes, and maybe we need to contact the scorer to ensure such.
Because it's now an obstruction. This one is pulled away by Clark, but can only get a single out into the deep mid-wicket boundary. So just one more to the total. This one, Pasram is going to get a boundary. It was outside his leg stump and he swept and swept well. Got it down to the vacant backward square position and picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, wide down the leg side by Janelle Williams, and is full enough for Pasram to just help it around the corner to bring up the 50-run partnership between Rajiv Pasram and Kalani Clark. 51 off 72 deliveries, that partnership. Another 50-run partnership for the Barbadian team.
131 for 4, 16 and 21 their contribution. Pasram is going to get runs again, and Janelle Williams has just lost the plot just a little bit. Again, this time short and pushing it down the leg side, and just helped on its way for another boundary.
Yes, good batting by Pasram. Just capitalizing on anything a bit too loose from Janelle Williams, not getting it right after the drinks break. And 2 4s in the over takes Pasram to 20 off of 38. Barbados 135 for 4 at the halfway point of the innings.
So Clark is on 69 off 80, 20 off 38 is Rajiv Pasram, and those 2 boundaries have just made his strike rate a lot better in Pasram. He's really 2 freebies and he's taken advantage of. Christmas continues. 1 flighted, that's banged away for 4. So the Windward Islands have lost the plot slightly. The bowlers are now leaking runs. That was just a full toss, asked to be hit, and hit hard into that mid-wicket region for 4 by Jelani Clark.
Yeah, Kalani Clark really obliged. he was given a full toss and he accepted with open arms. And just a bit of ill discipline here by the spin bowlers after the drinks break.
So Christmas bowls a good delivery to Kelani Clark. I keep saying Jelani, I don't know why. Kelani Clark. Apologies to his parents. We watch as...
And you know they will be watching because their son is batting 73 not out.
I think his parents might be here. Because the Barbados team, they have quite a number of their parents have travelled with the team.
Well, wherever they are, shout out to the parents of Kelani Clark and to all the parents of the players here in Antigua competing in the U15 tournament. I know your children would have worked hard and you would have sacrificed a lot to ensure that they could play the game that they love so dearly.
We need a lot more support, like we've seen from the Barbados and the Trinidad supporters who are here as well, and a few others who have come to support the youngsters. Here is a quicker delivery from Christmas. Hit hard but straight to the fielder at deep cover, so just a single. And to bring up the end of another over. After 26 overs, 140 for 4, with Rajiv Parsuram on 20 and Kelani Clark taking his personal tally on to 74. Will he be thinking now about a century?
Most definitely. Most definitely here, young Kelani Clark would be looking for a century, just 26 away with 25 overs or 24 overs remaining in the innings is more than doable. He doesn't have to do too much or risk a lot, just kind of amble towards a century if the Windwards have nothing to say about it.
So we're going to see a change in bowling, and just been updated. Tittle is going to come back. Just been updated that the injured player for the Windward Islands in Jordan Charles has been taken to the hospital. So the other ambulance that we saw coming in, it was just what I thought was taking place. That I know at these kind of games, or any international game at this, now the ambulance has to be in place. So the stationary ambulance is still here, and they summoned another ambulance to come and take him off to the hospital for him to have treatment. We wish him well. We hope that all is successful, that he's not badly injured, and that probably he'll be patched up and maybe even be able for the final match come Wednesday, when they play once again. So he's been subbed out, and here is this delivery, just looking to turn it. His pass ram, no, not out, stifled appeal, and Caleb Charles, the number 4, has been subbed in. So that's the change for the Leeward Islands. For the Windward Islands, for the Windward Islands. Wide delivery outside the off stump, called wide, so to his family over there in the Windward Islands. Just want to assure you that he is being taken care of, and he's been sorted. He's taken to the hospital, and if we get an update at any point during our commentary, we will certainly bring you up to date. Another wide delivery, as we see Delroy Tittle is back into the pavilion, into the attack, called wide. He's had 2 wickets for 13 runs in his 3.2 overs so far. He's going to change his line of attack and come around the wicket to the left-handed Rajiv Parsuram. And they're going to get a quick single here. Good run in the end. as the fielder was just a little bit deep, and that one not timed well. So it gives them the opportunity to come through for a run. 144 for 4. So they're approaching the 150 mark, and they still have some 23 overs to go after this one. So it could be a big total today put on by the Barbados team. Kilani Clark is covering up to a good delivery from Tittle. When Tittle gets them online, he looks so much better, but when he tries something, he tries to push one in, then is when he gets himself into trouble.
Yes, a very nagging bowler when he's bowling within himself, and he seems to be a very difficult customer when he gets it right. But eased down the ground yet again by Kilani Clark to the long on fielder for a single.
So Darwin Lewis, who is in that long on position, has been very quick, very brisk in the outfield. Still very lively. Some of the Windward Islands fielders have probably just lost a little bit of the energy. Here is Passaram pulling over the mid-wicket region. It goes 2 bounces to the fielder out on the boundary. He has a good, strong left-hand throw coming back in, and the batsmen are able to only cross for a single. So Clark is on 76, Passaram is on 22. The end of over number 27 is 146 for 4. New over. Christmas is flighting and again driven hard by Passaram, but there is a fielder on that deep cover boundary. So just a single. Here we see Christmas in again, driven into the offside, no run by Clark. Christmas continuing to be tight. It's keeping the batsmen in check. Swan is played it away out into the long off region. Just gets another run. Run number 148. One number 77 for Kilani Clark. Christmas continues to just be nagging just about on or about that off stump to both batters. Bowls another decent over for the Windward Islands at the end of it. 148. The score has gone on to 148 for 4 at the end of over number 28.
Yeah, the run rate just slowing a bit for the Barbados team after scoring at almost sevens throughout the power play and up until about the 15th over. The spinners have really come on. The spinners as well as Delroy Tittle has come on and done a job so far for the Windward Islands, restricting the scoring of Barbados.
In other matches that are being played, remember all the matches are being streamed from Antigua on 360. So Leewards versus Guyana on the 15s. Leeward 77 all out. And the innings break, and here's another boundary. Poor delivery put away by Kelani Clark.
Yes, a full toss on the legs by Delroy Tittle. Maybe tiring a bit, the young lad. And Kelani Clark has no issues dispatching that over the mid-wicket fielder for 4 more, taking him to 81.
This one is hit away. Again, Oates time over the backward square leg position for another boundary. So he's getting them freely now. 2 poor deliveries from Tittle, and as you say, just looks as if he's getting a little bit tired, is Tittle, and is just not following through with the action like we saw him doing earlier, and bowling 2 poor deliveries, and 2 deliveries that were dispatched by Kelani Clark. He goes to 85, total 156 for 4. So the innings break, Leeward Islands, they made 77 all out. And so it means that the Guyana on the 15 team will need 78 for victory.
And this is the match at Coolidge.
So Vivian Richards Stadium, I think this one is at. And Captain Jack Nathanez, who made 96 in the last game, was the top scorer for the Leeward Islands with 14. So 77 all out. 6, 7, 2, 7, 14, 2, 0, 3, 9, 0, 0. The Leeward Islands score looks like
not a good day out for the Leeward Islands.
Here is this delivery again. He's whipping it away. He's going to get runs, get 1. Comes back for 2. So the runs have been coming now for Kelani Clark. He's on to 87, 158 for 4.
Yes, 12 runs out the over so far for Kelani Clark with 2 balls still left. A very productive over.
And in the other encounter at Coolidge, I can tell you, well played. He wants and gets a quick single as he just turns it on the inside and rushes through for a single. Jamaica on the 15, they are batting first. They are currently on 104 for 8. 104 for 8. Jamaica. 53 not out is Rajay Magichi. So he's not out on 53. Andrew Lloyd made 13 and Zachary Buchanan 15 for Jamaica so far. So it's Magichi and Shavon Boyd who is yet to score at the crease. So 104 for 8 in that other encounter. So you're now up to date on the other encounter here, back live at the ARG.
Yes,
Kelani Clark has progressed to 90 and Rajiv Pasuram is on 24, 162 for 4.
Yeah, 14 runs off of that Tittle over. He's bowled well in his opening spell, but has conceded a bit of runs in this particular over. The projected score for the Barbados team, 280. Kelani Clark 10 away from what would be the first 100 of this year's Rising Stars on the 15 tournament.
And no doubt I'm rooting for him. Would love for him to get to that 3-figure mark because he's looked the part today. He's come in early at the fall of the first wicket and has been there ever since and has played shots all around the ground. Has played some wonderful strokes and deserved to be on 90 off 97 delivery. So almost a runner ball situation for him. Here is Pasuram that is driving hard but again finds the fielder in the deep and can only get a single. He's not been timing the deliveries very well. He's been trying to force his way forward. He's been there for a while now.
Well, on the contrary, I think that he's been playing a good supportive role to Kalani Clark, who's been able to score a lot more freely than he has, and not being too discouraged by that. He's stuck with his partner, and the Barbados under 15 team are in a good position so far.
And that's what you want from a partnership. Folks understanding their role. This one is played away into the outfield. Fielder there giving chase.
Yes, brilliant partnership building from the Barbados team so far. It has been a highlight of their batting throughout the tournament to just have the ability to build partnerships.
And what I really like, especially now that they're turning over the strike, they're getting those singles.
Yes, and this is the intent that we would be asking for from a lot of the young batsmen coming up through these tournaments. It's not all 4s and 6s, not all boundaries. There are going to be periods of play in which you're not going to be able to score as freely as you would have hoped, but this is still a very productive alternative to get the singles where you can't get the boundaries.
Strong breeze has blown away some dark clouds that were overhead. And Clark gets another run, his 92nd run, as he was just cutting square of the wicket, and brings up the end of over number 30. So at the end of it, 166 for 4. .166 for 4. So the Barbados team would be happy with the recovery so far, because they were in spot of butter. I think they were 13 for 2 early on when Captain was out first ball, and they also lost 2 quick wickets in the middle part of their innings as well.
Yes, what has happened here today is that when the Barbados team does lose wickets, they lose wickets in pairs.
Yes, they're losing.
13 for 2 double strike and 80 for 3 and 4. So they build partnerships, but they also lose wickets in clumps. So that should be encouraging for the Windward Islands, that they just need to get a breakthrough here, and maybe that may bring 2 or maybe 3 wickets for them. So it's imperative that they don't give up and they remain disciplined. Here we see Joseph coming back into the attack, Captain Joseph.
His first delivery is turned into the onside, and they decided against that single. Just for a moment, the Barbados batters were looking for the quick single, not on. So here is Joseph in. Again, he's bang on target, and Kalani Clark just jumps into line, plays it into the onside, no run. So Clark just needs 8 runs to get to his 100. He probably just needs 2 runs to equal the high score of the tournament so far. He's just steering one into the onside for his 93rd run.
Yes, that's all that's required from the young Kalani Clark. Nothing too risky. He can just take singles from here, and he has more than enough time to get to his 100 and even more.
So we watch as Deshaun Joseph will now continue to the left-handed Rajiv Pasaram. His field is pretty spread. And Pasram is able to find one of those boundary riders for another single. I'll just give you the field in a short while once it turns over, and it's the left and right hand combination the Windward Islands have been using. Here is Joseph into Clark. Clark drops it into the inside and takes off for an easy single. So they're now just milking the runs at will, the Barbados team, and really doing a good job of it. Just turning the strike over, keeping the Windward Islands players moving. They feel having to change over.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you spend time at the crease and play yourself in. You're now able to just kind of milk the bowling, and the Windward Islands seem a bit flat out there, not much encouragement, but fighting on nonetheless.
Pasram is flashing at one outside the line of the off stump. The thick outer edge goes down to third man for a run. They feel that they're just holding on to the ball a little bit longer than probably needed to, and he eventually gets it back in, and so they settle for just a single. 170 for 4 after 31 overs. Clark is on 94, the equal, not top score, because it was 97 that was made by Jaquan Athenes of the Leeward Islands. So it's going to be, is it Christmas that is going to continue from that far end? And he's bowling to the left-handed Pasuram. And Pasuram is trying to pace the infield. Doesn't do so, but gets a run.
Yeah, just milking the bowling now. It's very easy. The fielders are not responding as urgently as before. Maybe tiring a bit. But here we see Kalani Clark facing up to Christmas.
2 good deliveries so far to Clark. That he's just pulling him forward, allowing him to drive. This one is a little bit shorter, but he gets away with it as Clark was looking to pace the infield, only finds the man tumbling at point. And again, Clark is driving off the inner portion of the bat, inside edge onto the pads, no run.
Just getting a bit impatient here, the young Kalani Clark. Maybe a case of the nervous 90s. A bit antsy out there, and he's not short of support with the Barbadian contingent in the stands. Just telling him to be patient and stay calm. It's okay to face a few dot balls.
And so this brought up the end of the over. At the end of it is 171 for 4 of 32 overs. Kilani Clark on 94 of 110. And Rajiv Pasram 29 of 50. Captain Joseph continues. Here is he being driven by Pasram, but the fielder is out on the boundary. Fields well. Christmas out there on the boundary doing the fielding, so just a single.
Yes, good shot by Passeram. A bit wide and full of length by Deshaun Joseph. A bit wide and full of length from Deshaun Joseph, and he smacks that through the cover sweeper just for a single.
Killarney Clark gets another single, just running this one down to a backward point position. So he's almost toying with them now. Is Killarney Clark just getting the runs at will. Gets his 95th run. Leans on his bat at the non-striker's end.
Yes, lovely batting so far today from Killarney Clark. He really has played well. He's played all the balls on their merits. When they get too full or too wayward, he dispatches them efficiently, and when they bowl a good ball, he negotiates it for a single or just plays it quietly in solid defense. Well played today so far. Hopefully all of the Barbados contingent is hoping that he gets over the line to what would be a magnificent 100.
Yeah, he's really played well all around the ground. Has played good shots all around the ground. Has Killarney Clark, and deserves to be on the score that he is right now. So they're gonna get a run as just dragging one back is Rajiv Passaram, and following through, not feeling effectively, was Deshaun Joseph, so he's able to get that extra run, that run.
Yeah, it seems that Passeram is looking to open up the shoulders a bit now, playing with a bit more freedom, looking to hit the ball a bit harder.
Good Yorker length delivery to end the over from Deshaun Joseph, looking to York the right-handed Killarney Clark, who's on 95, and the total is on to 174 for 4 at the end of over number 33.
Yeah, well bowled by Deshaun Joseph. A bit of a surprise ball to Killarney Clark. Full, fast and straight, aiming for the base of the stumps, but negotiated well.
And I think that at this stage, when he's in what we call the nervous 90s, and he might be a little bit anxious to get onto his 100, those are good deliveries to bowl to Clark, not giving him anything to free his arms. Christmas's first delivery is again struck away out into the deep. Fielder who's had a lot of work to do down on that deep cover boundary. That's the feeling.
Yeah, most definitely, but
Has a strong left arm on that boundary there. Called through for a quick run. Passeram didn't know too much about that one. A bye signaled. So Wickham hasn't necessarily distinguished himself behind the stumps today for the Windward Islands. But he is the one keeping wicket today for the Windward Islands. Christmas bowling to Clark, and Clark again just forward and driving. Can't beat Armstrong there, Alex Armstrong, who is at that short straight mid-on. Again, ball played to that in that same direction, no run.
Yeah, just a bit of dot balls being faced here now by the young Clark.
What the Windward Islands have done well is that he's in the 90s, he's on 95, and they've bowled pretty tight to him. They have not given him anything at all for him to be able to free his arms and any freebies so far. So they've kept the pressure on him, especially now that he's in the 90s and they know that he's looking for the century, and he's probably just trying to make sure that he doesn't make a mistake at this stage. And I think it's good bowling and a good way for them to also steal in a couple of overs, steal in a couple of tight overs against the Barbados team, because you tend to think that once or if Clark is able to get to that 100, he's going to look to push on some more. Pasaram, he's trying to be a little bit more aggressive lately, just drags one back. The bowler feels his own bowling no run.
Yeah, most definitely in the last few overs, he really has let the shoulders loose a bit. I guess his eye is in now. The young Pasaram man is looking to push on, maybe get a milestone of his own, looking to get a 50 maybe.
Here is he driving into the outfield, and Christmas is there on that deep cover boundary. So just one. Left and right hand combination, so the umpire switches over quickly. Umpire Bernard Joseph taking 40 steps and getting to his mark on the other side. Remember earlier we had that injury for the Windward Islands, and another good delivery being bowled. Jordan Charles struck on the forehead by a ball that was cut by Kelani Clark. He didn't respond. The ball went into his forehead, and he's been taken away by ambulance to the hospital. We will get an update for you at some point later as to his treatment, but we're still hoping that he will be fine. Here is a nice ball that is driven well by Clark for 4. That's a beautiful shot, and he gets on to 99. Just for a moment there, he just missed that man at mid-on, and the ball really sped over the outfield and into the boundary for 4. That was a classical on-drive. Beautiful shot indeed.
And that 4 brought up the 100 partnership as well for Rajiv Pasaram and Kelani Clark.
So 51 and 34 their contribution.
So 99 for Kelani Clark, facing up to Joseph.
And he's playing one back along the pitch. He wanted the single there sent back by his partner, and the partner just has come right down just to have a talk as to how are we going to get this single to get you that century.
Yeah, this is lovely by Pasaram. Lovely talking between the batsmen just to calm him down a bit, reassure him that 100 is in sight for you.
Joseph is in, and he's going to get the century. Just clips it down to the fine leg region. That's his 100. He takes the helmet off, signals the bat to his supporters, and smiles all around the horns that are in the stand, the vuvuzelas that were brought by support from Barbados. They are going. Kelani Clark, 100, not out of 120 balls, 11 fours, 2 sixes. Well played, young man.
Yes, very well played by the young Kelani Clark. Managing the nervous 90 as well, as he gets a dream delivery to get his single. Just sliding onto the pads to Sean Joseph, where he could just nudge it down to the fine leg fielder for 100. Here we see some highlights of his innings so far. He's played well, dominating anything on the legs, anything short he's dealt with and dispatched with ease.
Here he's been particularly strong on those loose full deliveries, been able to find the gaps and get boundaries. Here is he hitting one straight into the man at deep mid-wicket, and that's it. He's been caught in the deep mid-wicket region for 100. I did say after he got to that 100, he was going to look to push on, and the first delivery is faced after getting to that 100. He hit it straight down the throat of that deep mid-wicket fielder, and he's now walking back to the pavilion out on exactly 100, and Barbados losing their 5th wicket. They're now 183 for 5.
Yeah, just looking to push on after getting the 100, maybe looking to go into T20 mode, but all in attendance will stand and applaud masterful innings by the young man Kalani Clark. 100 off of 121 deliveries, and the Barbados 183 for 5.
So, just after celebrating for that 100, the very next delivery, the lone fielder out in the deep in that mid-wicket region, he didn't even have to move. He just took the catch, threw the ball back in, and I think that might be Janelle Williams, who is down on that deep boundary, is it? We'll just check to see who took the catch. I think it looks like Janelle Williams, who is down there, the one man in that deep mid-wicket position, and he was able to take it. Yes, the number 29 on his back, Janelle Williams, down there. Almost as if he's wired, because as soon as I started to speak about him, he turned so I could see his number. No doubt. So it brings in a new batter for Barbados team with the number 19, the wicketkeeper Seth Smith. And he's had some good innings so far in the tournament. He's been amongst the runs for the Barbados team. He gets his first run into the offside field. So just one more to the total. What do you think the Barbados team they're thinking of now in terms of a total from this stage?
Well, with the dismissal of Clark, it's very hard to say. Definitely over 200 is on the cards, but it remains to be seen how much more over 200. I'm looking at maybe 230, 240.
15 overs to, with 14 overs to go after this one. Yeah, 230 sounds reasonable based on the scoring patterns we've seen.
Yes, Kalani Clark was the aggressor in the partnership of over 100 between him and Parsuram. So with the aggressor being gone, I'm not sure if Parsuram himself would take on that role to push on.
He's driving and he's taking a quick single, direct hit, and he's given run out. So anytime you have a direct hit, you're always going to be in some trouble. Parsuram hit the ball to Alex Armstrong, who was in that short extra cover position, picked up cleanly, and he threw the stumps down. Parsuram was short of his crease, and umpire Bernard Joseph sent him on his way. So Barbados, as we've been saying, lose wickets in twos. They lost Kalani Clark for 100, and now the other batsman, Rajiv Parsuram, run out for 34.
Yeah, that has been the pattern of the day for the Barbados team, losing wickets in twos. And I think the number 20 fielder, Jashawn Joseph, was the one who threw that ball and effected a direct hit. But yes, definitely from the Barbados standpoint, they have lost wickets in clusters. And the two set batsmen, Parsuram and Kalani Clark, go within the same over, and Barbados 184 for 6 as they take a drinks break.
14 overs left in the innings for Barbados, but two new batsmen at the crease in Seth Smith and the new batter who has come out to join him in at the crease in the number 12, Asher Branford. So two new batters at the crease might now have to reevaluate the situation for the Barbados and maybe look at a different score that we were projecting 230, but with two new batsmen having to get in and see what is taking place, this might be the opportunity for the Windward Islands to steal in a few good overs, a few quick overs, and get in some dot balls and see if they can reduce the number of runs that the Bajans are able to score at this time of the innings.
Yeah, I think what would be important now for the Windward Islands is to maybe have a few overs, maybe 2 overs, 3 overs, just attack and try and get some wickets, and maybe if they can get through with another 2 or 3 wickets, you could even looking at restricting Barbados to maybe 210, you know.
Here is a delivery that is angled in to the right-handed batsman, and he's given out leg before.
Yes, lovely bowling. That is exactly what Windwards would have wanted at this time. Jashawn Joseph, the captain, back into the attack. Wide of the crease, angling in, and coming straight across the stumps is Seth Smith. And there's no questions to be asked by the young Smith, no questions at all. He seems to be bewildered, but I'm sure if he were to look back on the stream, he would see just how far across he came. And umpire Donald Shekels had no doubt in his mind, and Seth Smith has to go. Barbados 185 for 7, now losing 3 wickets for 1 run, or for 2 runs. Yeah, that looks straightforward to me. What say you?
Maybe not. If you look, you can see the leg stump from there, and the ball was angled in that direction. So maybe Seth Smith could have an argument that it might have been missing. He was hit in front of the stumps, but I think from the angle of that ball, if you were to really just follow on, just might have been clipping the leg stump. So maybe if we had the the DRS system might go down as the umpire's call, but for me, that one might have been just angling down the leg side from the replays that I've seen. But Seth Smith is safely back in the pavilion. Zarel Harding has come out to join Asher Branford. 185 for 7. And this is what happened. They you get to the 100, you get out the very next delivery, and in just like that, the innings is falling away a little bit. So maybe just a little bit of a lesson for Kelani Clark that once you get to the 100, you need to carry on.
Yes, big 100.
See it to the end. You know, get a big 100, as they would say, for your team.
Yes, most definitely.
Don't just get there and then give it away. So work to do now for Zarel Harding and Asher Branford, both yet to score.
Into the gap between extra cover and point, and he gets an easy single. The score now turning over to 186. Not a lot of sun out here at the ARG. A bit of cloud cover, a lot of breeze. Very cool conditions here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
Yeah, the Windward Islands would be enjoying this, at least this stage. It's not too hot out there. And not only that it's not too hot, but they're getting wickets as well. So their whole feeling, their body language would have been given a little bit of an uplift. When Clark was really going at it, at one point they looked as if they were just losing the plot a little bit, hanging their heads. But they've been revived by good feeling and maybe a little bit of irresponsibility, maybe on the part of Clark. But he made a wonderful 100. Take nothing at all away from how he played today. Maybe just that he should have carried on a little bit more and looked to score a big 100 instead of being out on 100 not out. 187 for 7 at the end of over number 37. Yeah, so we're home full of energy this year. The West Indies, the Australians are coming to town. So whether you're in Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica or St. Kitts, you want to take in some of the action in those matches, test matches and of course T20 matches. And West Indies in the test matches will be led by a brand new captain, brand new coach as well at the test, for the test team. Here is another delivery that is played away. They should get 2 runs, but Harding just holds up his hands and sends back Asher Branford, and just a single.
A test captain yet to be named.
Yeah, but and the funny thing is that you have a new captain and new coach. Both will be making their debuts as coach and captain at that level. It's going to be interesting to see Darren Sammy's first team as test coach. What do you think of the new system, the new selection system that gives a lot of the selection power to Coach Sammy with the use of scouts across the region? Do you like that system, or you like the system where you have those 3 or 4 selectors in a room and they pick the team?
Well, I mean, the format seems to be an improvement over the previous model. I mean, scouts in the various territories would allow for a better judgment as to the talent out there, seeing that there are more eyes on the ground. So hopefully we'll see an improvement in our performances through improved scouting methods. So that's my take on it. I guess it's a step in the right direction, and hopefully we see some fruits of our labor.
188 for 7. It's just gone into a little bit of a quiet period for the Barbados team as the two new batters at the crease just try to negotiate their way. And we've seen here is this delivery, one that is beating the batsman outside the line of the off stump, also beating the wicketkeeper Wickham and going down to that fine leg region for 4. Not for 4, but for a couple of runs. The couple of byes, the batsmen were able to run through for 2 byes.
Yeah, the keeper just not picking that up cleanly. And byes always a negative against the keeper's name. And that's a lovely shot by Asher Branford. Short and wide by Jashawn Joseph and dispatched. The point fielder couldn't get a hand to it, diving in vain. But as we see, wide of the crease here by Jashawn Joseph. Short and wide and dispatched efficiently for 4.
So Branford getting his innings up and running. He's on to 6 of 6 deliveries. Zarel Harding at the other end, just on 1. And he's undriving. A delivery that is angled into him. He wants 2, but sent back just a single. Barbados team cannot afford another run out. 195 for 7. No doubt they would think that this should be enough against the Windward Islands, especially with the absence of Jordan Charles for the Windward Islands to bolster their batting. Captain Jashawn Joseph continues to battle in his 8th over of the innings. 3 wickets so far for 45 runs he's had.
Yes, well bowled so far from Jashawn Joseph. A little bit on the expensive side, but wickets are important. So, very well bowled so far.
Here is he. Getting one that is striking the batsman on the pad, and he's given out leg before. That one looked pretty straight as well. Harding was looking to play the aggressive shot to that one, and the ball cannoned into his pad, and Jashawn Joseph gets his 4th wicket.
Yeah, attacking the stumps is Jashawn Joseph. Looking to go over the top, going big was Zarel Harding, but not making contact with that one. And umpire Shekels took his time to ensure that he was making the right decision, and in the end he was given out.
That decision? You don't look as confident on that one as you did the one before.
Well, I am up here, and rightfully so I am up here, and the umpires are on the field.
Let's just have a look at it, just for the sake of discussion. Ball was angled in to the right-handed Harding. Pitching in line, but almost looked as if it was again just being pushed towards the leg side a little bit.
Definitely angling it down the leg side is Joseph, but it could be that the ball may be straightening off the seam.
At first glance, it looked pretty plumb before we had the benefit of the replay, so we could understand what Shekels would have seen at first glance. The new batter is in, Liam Seeley. He gets his first delivery, plays it defensively, and there is no run. 45 runs have come off of his bowling after 8 overs from Jashawn Joseph, but he has 4 wickets so far, 195 for 8. And speaking of West Indies, from the West Indies Championships, they've sent out some info. Most dismissals. You have Carlon Bowen Tuckett that's leading the way. He had 26 dismissals, 21 caught and 5 stump-ins. Joshua De Silva, second, 20 dismissals, 18 catches and 2 stump-ins. Tevin Imlach, also 20, 16 catches and 4 stump-ins. And then Nico Boucher had 20 as well, 17 catches and 3 stump-ins. And then Daniel Williams with 9 catches in terms of most dismissals. So is that John that's going to come back from the...
Correct, Dylan John.
Dylan John.
Old Pavilion end.
He's not had a wicket so far. 25 runs has come off of his bowling. And again, in the West Indies Championships that was just completed recently. The most catches, Brian Charles with 16. First delivery is driven by Asher Brantford, no run. Kavem Hodge, 11. John Campbell had 11. Demetrius Richards, 8. And Kieran Powell, 8.
16 catches.
For Brian Charles, yes.
Wow, he was a magnet this year.
Yeah, the ball seemed to have been following him. And the wicket takers in the championship, Kyrie Peer with 41 wickets, leading the way this year. From Trinidad and Tobago, Joshua Bishop of West Indies Academy had 33. Jamel Warrican, 32. Sami Parmal, 32. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 28.
Well, from that stat there, seems like we have a problem playing left-arm spin bowling.
Yes, spin bowling.
Specifically left-arm spin, because the 4 top wicket takers are all left-arm orthodox spinners.
Here we watch as this delivery is driven back down the ground. One, Asher Brantford wants 2. It really should have been 2, but the run in between the wicket has been below par today for the Barbados team. They tend to keep watching the ball, especially the non-strikers, and caught leaning on their bat. We've seen that from more than one of their players today.
Well, I just think as you get down into the bowlers, they tend to not have the same level of judgment as top order batsmen in terms of what could be a run and what isn't. So, not to be too critical of them, but yeah.
Should that be on the 15th stage that we have genuine tailenders at this stage? You know that I am not a fan of that. I think that at this stage we should be teaching them cricket. So everybody should be taught how to be alert when they're at the crease. And maybe the time has come too for a lot more of those players who favor bowling, that the coaches look to try and work with them with the bat a little bit more, especially with the rigors of the modern game, where most teams and franchises and all the other cricket that are taking place are looking for people who can contribute with both bat and ball. So I don't think that there is any place right now for genuine number 11. The run scorers: Jason Mohammed 679, Joshua De Silva 583, Kevlin Anderson 573, Jamal Hamilton 573, and Shakir Paris 546 runs. That's a surprise for me the number of runs that he has had, because when I saw him here playing against the Leeward Islands, he was shaken up twice by Alzari Joseph and didn't really look the part. Didn't, for me, looked was found wanting, but he seemed to have scored quite a lot of runs against the other teams. 546, so he's among the top 5 batters in the tournament. So we see Joshua De Silva and Jama Hamilton, 2 wicketkeeper batters in the top 5 in terms of run scoring. End of another over. 40 overs have gone. 197 for 8.
Yeah, the umpire just signaled in there to the scorers that it's the final power play of the innings. 40 overs have been bowled, so the final 10. 5 fielders will be allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. To continue will be Deshaun Joseph from the commentary box end. And at 197 for 8, they'll be looking to finish the innings quickly.
Edging, and is it dropped?
It was dropped.
Looked as if it was dropped by Wickham. The edge was found, and Wickham putting it down.
Yes, that I don't like to see that there from the keeper at all. The ball is running in and your hands are on your hips, so you're not in any position to be ready to take any catches, and that was
Wickham doesn't
regulation.
seem, Wickham to me doesn't seem to be a regular wicket keeper.
Dropping the fifer of the captain.
Yeah,
that's a droppable offence in my opinion.
Here is this delivery played away, and then to add insult to injury, the next delivery is a wide down the leg side and goes away for 4.
5 wides. Maybe a bit of frustration by the captain.
Yeah, just firing that one in, saying maybe I need to hit the stumps if they're going to drop those easy catches off of me.
Yes, who is I have to either hit the stumps or hit the pads, because I can't rely on my keeper, and that's not a good position to be in as a fast bowler. You should be able to rely on your fielders to back you up, because running in a fast bowler's job is not easy. Running in the heat.
And Deshaun Joseph have been plugging away. He's been a tad expensive, but he's been getting wickets, and that should have really been his 5th wicket, because it was a straightforward catch, edge straight into the gloves of Wickham, but because he had already come up, or he has probably never went
down in the first place.
Never went down in the first place. The ball was just made himself a difficulty to have to get down to catch that one. Should have been a regulation take.
Yeah, Deshaun Joseph really deserves a fiver. He's been running in hard all day.
Was a full toss that is hit back over his head, bounces out to the mid-off fielder. 1 run to the total, 204 for 8. So we probably missed the point when the 200 had come up, but
that came up in the 5 wides, bowled by Deshaun Joseph.
Yep. So 204 for 8.
But I would imagine that Barbados may not be too pleased with the circumstances under which they brought up 200. 8 wickets down when they were cruising at 140 or 150 for 5, eyeing up 250. But that may be a far-fetched dream now. 204 for 8, the Barbados team.
Seeley is on strike. No doubt he would back himself. But he's driving quietly into the offside field. Can't beat Alex Armstrong. No run. So not an extremely hot day in Antigua and Barbuda. Overcast conditions overhead. We felt just a few sprinkles of rain from time to time, but no real threat of rain. The weather forecast, though, by the weatherman is for intermittent showers across the country over the Easter Monday holiday here in Antigua and Barbuda. So From time to time, we could see little pockets of rainfall. Yesterday, it was raining heavily where I live out in Balbeef. I think that the match between Liberta and Police in that Parish League final might have been rained out yesterday.
Liberta and Police.
Yeah, in the Parish League
Okay.
finals. Police winning the first of the 3-match finals. They bowled out Liberta for 104 and made 105 for 5 in that encounter.
Well, I must give commendations where commendations is due to a young cricketer of mine. A young man by the name of Clayton Joseph.
Oh, young Clayton, yes.
Yes, he picked up 4 wickets in that encounter between Police in the Parish League. He's only, I think, 12 or 13.
Yeah,
He's
he's
very diminutive. I don't think he faces up to be taller than the stumps.
Yeah, he's a little lad, short little lad. Bowls left arm
Orthodox spin.
But
he loves cricket. He really does.
Does,
That's what you want at the young level. He messages me consistently. He's please come to my match. I got 4 wickets today. I got 5 runs today.
yeah.
You love that for
somebody I think for the future with that type of interest. And I'm just hoping that Coach Johnny Frederick and others who works with him, that they're able to bring him along and transform him into probably a cricketer that we'll see at this Under 15 tournament in not so distant future.
Most definitely. I mean, he was a bit unfortunate to miss out this year, having been invited to the trials but not making the final team for the Leeward Islands Under 15. But with his love for the game, I know that that only encourages him to work even harder so that next year he'll be the first pick on the Leeward Islands team sheet.
And the Leeward Islands too have had their tournament in preparation for the Under 19 series that comes up in the summer. And after a terrible start to the tournament, being defeated by Nevis heavily, Antigua Barbuda winning the tournament in the end yesterday, defeating St. Kitts in the final encounter. And Nevis ended at the bottom of the table, having been beaten in the 3rd place playoff by St. Martin, who has had a terrible tournament all tournament long. Coming good right at the end, St. Martin, the defending champions, were able to get past Nevis yesterday in the other encounter. We're back here with Asha Branford on 9 and Liam Seeley on 4, 206 for 9. I'm sure that over there in Barbados, they're also preparing for that Under 19 tournament. I wonder if my good friend Wiggins is going to get into that squad. He had a good time at the Under 15 tournament, scored heavily. Somebody that I rate in terms of a batsman. I think it's Wiggins is his name.
DeMarco Wiggins, a left-handed.
Yeah, left-handed, strongly built. We call him young Rakeem Cornwall because he's a strongly built young man. And no doubt, he's now probably looking to try and get into that Under 19 squad for Barbados. So I'm not sure if the folks who are watching us on the stream can maybe indicate to us if preparations are in full flow or if Barbados have already selected a squad for that Under 19 tournament that is to come up.
No, I do recall that they had their trial matches, I think it was 2 weeks ago.
So we'll see how that goes.
Here we see the return of number 14, Jeremy Edwards.
Starts with a wide.
Yes, not much better than his first spell. He'll be looking to correct that. The young Edwards just starting with a wide outside the off stump, just pushing it a bit.
Edwards with a full toss that is put away by Asher Branford. Full toss, hit it over that man at mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. Welcome boundary for the Barbados team.
Yeah, it has been some time since their last boundary, and Asher Branford corrected that by putting away a full toss, just thigh height by the young Edwards. Passed long on for 4.
So we watch as we see somebody says the trial is currently ongoing.
Yes, I just have a bit of an update. They had a national on the 19th 3-day game at Map Hill in Barbados. A young man by the name of Jaden Webster hit 101 not out. And also some performances from Daniel Duncan, Preston Clark. Made
Here is a beautiful delivery struck for 4. That was gorgeous. Again, full pitched outside the off stump, and he just leaned on it and eased it through the offside. That was beautiful.
Yeah, not having a good game today is Edwards. Another full toss. This one outside the off stump and just put away quite easily past the mid-off fielder who was inside the circle for another 4. He's up to 18 off of 16 now. Better than around the ball.
So Asher Branford is looking really good. Playing here for Barbados. 216 for 8. We're in over number 43. So 7 to go after this one. Somebody saying Barbados just finished their trial matches last week, and Wiggins is part of the trials as well. So just getting an update there. So we're just waiting. Maybe just waiting for the ball to be returned, as they're just going to take an opportunity as well just to have a drinks break as we are getting close to the business end of this Barbados innings. 2 wickets in hand. 216 is for 8, and of course we'll just take a short break, and when we come back we'll come back with live action. So we're back, and a wide delivery delivered by Edwards Jeremy Edwards as he continues to struggle a little bit with his bowling. Medium pace, left arm, medium pace bowler. So just another run for the Barbados team, just edging it out into the offside field. No run.
No, they scampered through for a single. A bit of indecision between the two, but they still ended up getting through to the single. The score moves on to 218 for 8. They might be breaching that 230 that we predicted, with Edwards not being able. And that's 4 more for, well, his first 4 for Liam Seeley.
So he's joined the party as well.
Yes.
Short and wide.
Short and wide there by Nathan Seeley, and very interestingly, not bowling with a third man. Bowling with the backward point inside the circle. So all he had to do is get it past that man, and it would have been acres of land to get to the boundary. After
So 228.
tell them a hold on, no ball about. Tell them no more about it.
So Asher Bradford gets another run. Start of a new over. From Dylan John. John has been more consistent in terms of his line and length. 30 runs have come from his bowling. Has not been able to get a wicket so far, but he's been able to keep the batters in check. So far, so good this over. He's had a single and 3 dot balls. And at this late stage of the innings, this would be considered as good bowling from John, not giving away any boundaries. Again, he's at one that he's taking a quick single. So Liam Seeley just dropping it into the outfield and called through by Asher Brantford. Brantford is on 29, is Liam Seeley. 224, the total has moved on for 8. The 44th of 50 overs.
Yeah, this is the business end of the innings now. Barbados will be looking to push on. Not many wickets in hand for them to do so, but the lower order batsmen will do what they can.
And the batsmen are able to just steal a single to end the over. End of over number 44, 225 for 8. So the 230 that we predicted earlier is still on the cards. Maybe a few more as well. The way that Asher Brantford is looking now, he's looking confident, has gotten his eye in. So probably, maybe now still even eyeing 250, 50 plus from here on in, if these two are able to stay together for the next few overs. Also, if they are there at the end, you tend to think that the Barbados team will get a total in excess of 250.
Yeah, most definitely. if Asher Brantford could get away a few lusty blows in the next couple of overs, 250 is definitely on the cards.
Quite a number of the folks on our stream. I had a look at the stream just now. Quite a number of them are quite angry at the LBW decisions given by the umpire. No doubt.
You see number 29 returning.
Williams.
Yes, Janelle Williams coming back.
And what I like about what is happening now with the Barbadian batters is that they're turning over the strike. They're getting the singles. So even though they're not getting too many bad balls to put away for the boundary, they've managed to figure out how to get the balls into the gaps and to run the singles almost every delivery. Here again, they were thinking of a run, but this one is carrying much too close to Alex Armstrong, so no run.
Yeah, that's basically what I would have been hoping for throughout the tournament, to see from these young batsmen the ability to rotate the strike when things are a bit tight, because at least getting 3 runs or 4 runs an over is better than facing a maiden, especially in limited overs cricket.
Trying to force one away, not making contact as Janelle Williams continue is Liam Seeley. So far this seems to be a good ploy by the captain to bring back the spinner, especially with Seeley and Brantford. Seeley being probably considered a tail ender.
Yeah,
Just a single so far in this over.
That's all that's needed at this point in time in the innings for the Windward Islands. Just dot balls. Try and restrict.
This one is edging past the wicket keeper and down to that short third man position, and then just probably out of anger, Janelle Williams just not collecting the ball that was thrown to him at the non-striker's end and allowing the ball to go back past him, and the batsmen were able to run through for an extra. Played quietly this last flighted delivery, and 45 overs have gone, 228 for 8. So John 8 overs for 32 runs so far this innings. He's going to start his 9th over. He's going to be facing to Asher Brantford, who is on 22. I wonder if the Reverend Adrian Smith is listening to the commentary over there in Barbados. Say good afternoon to you. I'm certain that yesterday he would have put down a fiery sermon in his church. Here is this angled delivery down the leg side. They come through for what will be a leg by, now signaled by the umpire. So 229 for 8. It has been rather quiet the last few overs by the Barbados team in terms of runs scored.
Yes, looking to run everything now is Sealy and Brantford, trying to maximize scoring opportunities. Sealy just not being able to get away the full toss bowled by Dylan John. Good shot there by Sealy, only for a single. Score moves on to 230. They've now reached that target, and the next goal in line may be 250 runs for the Barbados under 15s.
Yeah, I think that they would be eyeing 250.
Well, it may well be possible here today if they continue like this. Brantford and Sealy. John in again. And looking to be played through the leg side by Brantford, but it goes straight back. Probably a leading edge and a single to the scores. But since our previous conversation, I now have seasoned rice on the mind for today. You would have suggested such, but I would like my seasoned rice with some pork. So hopefully you can get that sorted for us. You can get some seasoned rice up here.
Sounds like you're calling out somebody. But the end of another over has come up, and we're just teetering towards the end of this innings. 46 overs completed, 231 for 8. So not the fireworks we probably expected in the last 10 so far.
Yes, just steadying on, not.
And I think that is because the Barbados team, they have lost 8 wickets. So without wickets in hand, you really can't go all out like you really might want to at the end of the innings, because not a lot left in the shed, just one batter to come.
Yes, and there's no recognized batsman out in the middle for the final 10. So
Brantford looks fairly decent.
yes, he does look decent. He can hold his own. He can.
They're going to get runs here as this thick outer edge from Sealy goes between the man at third man and backward point for 4.
Yeah, much needed boundary here for the Barbados team just to carry the score up to 236. Just a bit short if I'm going to be critical of the bowler, but not much wrong. A pretty decent delivery. Coming back to cut was Liam Sealy, just getting a thick edge between the short third man and backward point fielders.
They all count.
For 4. Correct indeed. Everyone counts now.
Trying to steer one down in that same direction. This time, no score.
Yeah, he was sent back by Asher Brantford. Not interested in that single there. Lovely drive there by Nathan Sealy. Liam Sealy. Apologies. Very minimal risk so far. Just taking the singles when they present themselves and inching towards 250.
Just trying to be a little bit more aggressive with that stroke there. And much better with the running between the wickets. They're able to come back for 2.
Yes, 8 runs coming off of that over there. Good over for the Barbados under 15s. After 47 with 3 remaining, 239 for 8.
Indian Sea. So Barbados are now 239 for 9. Last batsman to go. Was caught in the deep, just looking to probably go over that mid-wicket region, carrying straight to that fielder in the deep.
Yes, so carrying to number 1, Kyle Stephen.
So 240 now for 9. Folks may be wondering how come we didn't bring them that dismissal. We had just a little bit of a technical challenge here. We've been able to overcome it now. So we're back fully with you. 240 for 9. We're in over number 48. So the Barbados team here at danger of being bowled out under the 50 overs. This one is hit high and hard over mid-wicket, and that's a maximum. 6 runs.
Yeah, so full toss yet again from Dylan John, not getting his Yorkers right. And Asher Branford with power to burn just deposits that over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. 246 the score. Asher Branford 32 off of 26, playing a lovely cameo here for the Barbados team.
Certainly putting away any bad deliveries that are bowled to him, Asher Branford. Stepping down and timing that one, but will only get a single.
Yes, lovely shot there, just chipping it down the ground for a single. Barbados on the 15, 3 short of 250. The second time going past the 250 score if they get there in the tournament. A loud call of no by Asher Branford, sending back his teammate Abdullah Manjera.
So just another run to end the over for Asher Branford. He's on to 33. Total on to 248 for 9. With just 2 overs to go. 12 deliveries left. You see the umpire signaling.
Interesting. The umpire just signaled another power play. I'd have to get some more clarification on the meaning behind that signal. But regardless, number 29 to continue, Janiel Williams, to be bowling the second to last over of the innings from the commentary box end. So Asher Branford. To Abdullah Manjera, sorry.
He's out caught. Just driving it straight back to Janiel Williams. He takes a simple catch. The end has come to the Barbados innings. Williams just bowling one straight to Abdullah, and he just casually drove it back to the bowler who takes the catch. Barbados not batting their full complement of overs. They're all out for 248 in the 49th over.
Yeah, very soft dismissal to end the Barbados innings. Facing 48.1 deliveries, scoring 248 all out.
48.1 overs, not 48.1 deliveries.
Correct, correct. You have me absolutely correct there. A promising innings, fizzling out towards the back end, but some impetus injected by Asher Branford, 33 off of 27 not out with 3 fours and 1 6.
But the pick of the Barbados innings must be that century today from Killarney Clark.
Definitely.
And even 100 coming off of 121 deliveries, and he really looked the part today in getting to the first 100 of this tournament.
Yes, once again, congratulations to Killarney Clark. 100 off 121 deliveries, 11 fours and 2 sixes. He was the glue that held the Barbados batting together in a time of crisis, coming in at 13 for 2 after just the first over. He built some important partnerships between Rajiv Parsaram, in which that was a 100-run partnership, and a 50-run partnership between him and Jahidi Hines, which carried the Barbados team to 183 before he lost his wicket. But some valuable contributions by Liam Seeley, 17, and Asher Branford, 33, have set the Windward Islands a target of 249 for victory.
And he used a mixture of touch and brute force in that innings of 100, even by Killarney Clark. Had some really magnificent drives through the offside, and then when he got some of those full deliveries, he was able to muscle them over the boundary. A heavy total, I believe, based on what we've seen so far in the total. The Windward Islands, they would have to bat well if they're going to get anywhere close to this 248 all-out made by the Barbados team. If I can just see you have the bowling card there for the Windward Islands? No? So we'll give you all of that when we come back at the innings break. Barbados all-out 248, which means the Windward Islands, they would need 249 for victory when we return. Until then, Denmo Roberts saying, see you when we return in about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think
And welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds, where we will see the response of the Windward Islands on the 15 to the 248 all-out made by the Barbados team. And we will see how the Windward Islands openers and how their batting approach this run chase. It's a big run chase under the circumstances in terms of the way that the under 15 tournament has been going. So we will see how the Windward Islands approach this one. Looks as if it's Alex Armstrong is going to be taking first knock for the Windward Islands. And the number 17 is going to be bowling. It's Jahidi Hines who is going to be opening the bowling for the Barbados team as well. Asha, you look refreshed. You had a good lunch?
Yeah, a good lunch and a few interesting conversations with some of the spectators here. And
no doubt you're going to share with us, because you know we love to hear what the spectators have to say, what the folks have to say.
yes, the expression their concerns in the Windward Islands response, seeing that their primary batter would be on the sidelines.
Hines' first delivery is down the leg side, so the Windward Islands innings is on the way. They get their first run via a wide.
Yes, looks like a different pitch here. Jahidi Hines getting one to skid through early.
Two slips in place for opening bowler Jahidi Hines. This time just wide of the off stump. Alex Armstrong doesn't offer a stroke.
Yes, early days, it's important that Armstrong gets off to a start. Gets his eye in first, feels a few on the bat. A burly customer is Armstrong. Looks like he hits the ball hard.
He's trying to cut one square of the wicket, doesn't make contact through to wicketkeeper Seth Smith. No
yes,
run.
flashing hard at that one there. The young Armstrong, short and wide. And he threw the kitchen sink, the proverbial kitchen sink.
Beaten, beautiful delivery that by Jahidi Hines. Just on or about that off stump.
Yes, really well bowled there by Jahidi Hines. Good start. Just on about 4 stump, back of a length, hitting the pitch hard.
That one cutting back too.
Yes, good carry.
At the right-handed Alex Armstrong. And again another short of a length delivery from Jahidi Hines. Armstrong was just trying to turn it on the onside. Didn't get it too far. Maybe taken on the thigh pad as that one fell into the onside field. No run. Here is he cutting wide of the man at point and into the boundary for 4. So short of a length, a little bit of room given, and Armstrong went through with that stroke and got it past that man at point. It left the bat in the air, but it went quickly over the outfield and into the boundary for 4. Good shot.
Yes, he was sweating on that one there. Alex Armstrong. Short and wide. A bit too much room by the young Hines. And Armstrong sends his hands through that lovely, beating the point fielder for 4.
Covers up to end the over. 5 without loss at the end of over number 1. Alex Armstrong is on 4, having faced all 6 deliveries.
Yes, solid first over. Well done by Alex Armstrong, just getting his eye in, respecting the good balls and pouncing on the one bad ball, short and wide, and hit for 4. It's going to be a tough run chase for the Windward Islands. They're going to have to score at above 5 runs and over, or just exactly 5 runs and over, for 4.98, the required run rate. Here we see number 4 for the Barbados team, Zarel Harding, from the commentary box end.
Barbados today are not short of seam bowling options, because Asher Branford, Kilani Clark, Zarel Harding, Jahidi Hines, Abdullah Mangira, and Yuvraj Prasad, all listed as seam bowlers.
Yes, so no shortage of pace here for Barbados, as we see young Harding into the attack.
First delivery is just left alone outside the line of the off stump. The left-handed Derwin Lewis.
Yeah, good first ball to start by Harding. Just pitching on off stump and leaving him a tad back of a length, not giving anything to drive. So
still has 2 slips in place.
Yes, the Barbados team going attacking early up, 2 slips. Third man inside the circle. So they're looking for an edge.
Keen bang on target.
Yes, so the Barbados supporters are very much confident, placing bets among one another as to how long the Barbados team is going to take to bowl out the Windward Islands. Not whether or not they'll win, but of
how soon
when they'll win. Very confident by the Barbadians. As we see Harding in again.
We can't blame them based on the way that their team has performed all throughout this tournament.
Unbeaten so far in the tournament, and they're showing why they're unbeaten. Scoring in excess of 200 for the second time in this tournament, and they definitely have the bowling to back up such. Bang on target again from Harding. He seems to be a very consistent bowler so far, hitting the lengths that he wants to, hitting the bat hard. Seems to have a lot more pace than the opening bowlers of the Windward Islands. A lot more pace, a lot more ferocity. Reminds you of the young man from Jamaica, Econi Robinson. No one has tested out the middle of the pitch yet for Barbados with a short ball.
Deliveries played away into the offside field. In some of the other matches that are going on, the match between the Leeward Islands and Guyana is almost over. Guyana needing to get to 78 for victory. They're 74-3 after 23 overs, so taking their time about it, the Guyanese. And Jamaica making 132 or 43.1 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're 52 for 3 after 10 overs. So could be game on in that one. Of course, here at ARG Barbados, 248 all out. And the Windward Islands still on 5 without loss at the end of 2 overs. So quiet start for Derwin Lewis and Alex Armstrong. Armstrong getting a boundary in the first over. Derwin Lewis just seeing off a maiden at the other end. Quite breezy today here at ARG.
Yes, lovely weather here at the recreation grounds, the historical recreation grounds. You mentioned earlier in the day that you would have witnessed Viv Richards, was it?
Yeah, I was young. I was young when that took place, but I remember that we were here.
I see, and the unforgettable Brian Lara 375 in 1994
Yeah,
against England, was it? England, or yes?
I remember that one because I was a young teacher at the time. We had to steal away some of the days of that match.
Well, it was for a worthy cause, witnessing history.
Remember one of the days we
Let's not say
were
anything
here.
too
No,
incriminating of you.
no, nothing at all. No way. It was those days, you're young and enthusiastic, so we were definitely going to go to cricket. And even at other times when they've had cricket here, we found creative ways to attend. I remember one time when Pakistan came here, we wanted to see the game, we had a field trip. We brought the children on a field trip,
Very educational indeed.
of course, to cricket.
To cricket. Learn about the culture of the Pakistan team and just how they play cricket.
Of course, and learn about cricket in general. We had them all walk with their notebooks, and they were to take notes while we, the adults, enjoy the cricket.
Very productive day.
Certainly, here we watch as a driven delivery by Alex Armstrong. Looks nice and compact.
Yes, looks a good player, a good opening batsman, able to negotiate the new ball. A lot of acreage between mid-on and short fine leg. The deep mid wicket is open. Deep fine leg, deep square leg is back.
Little naughty stroke outside the line of the off stump from Armstrong.
Just feeling for it there outside the off stump. Not a lot of foot movement, but just enough to transfer the weight and get their hands to the ball. But just having a poke at it, a prod. But yes, I was having a lively debate with the groundsmen early this morning at the start of the game. A lot of them would have played local cricket around Antigua, and the recreation grounds would have been the home of Antiguan cricket for some years, and they were telling me as to their escapades, hitting the ball over the side screen into the East Bus Station across the road from the recreation grounds, or even hitting the ball as far as the Government House, which is some distance up the road behind the double-decker stand of the recreation grounds. I found it quite unbelievable, but you know the tall tales that are told by the elderly. What say you, Mr. Roberts? Do you agree with such claims?
They're truthful.
They are.
Yes. And like I said, having played here, I played in a finals here, Liberta versus Falmouth, in one of those situations here. So I have played on the ARG ground as well, and I can tell you that there are some really big hitters that were here in Antigua, and not just Antigua, but in the Leeward Islands in general. And many a persons have cleared these boundaries here in the ARG. We watch as a new over is started, and Zarel Harding with his first delivery, just a little bit more effort, rocking back and getting out of the way was Derwin Lewis.
Things that you love to see from a fast bowler: aggression, halfway down the pitch, has to take evasive action. The young Lewis just keeping the batsmen honest, on their toes, letting them know that is not an easy task out here. But I was hearing some stories from the groundsman, Daryl Thomas, also known as Musai, and he was saying that the likes of Viv Richards and Dave Soppy Joseph, a former West Indies player.
Richie Richardson and others, they
company.
really hammered a lot of runs here.
They went so far as to say that they would have played down deliveries to the boundary, sometimes playing down the delivery for 6. I'm not sure how truthful.
Some of these straight boundaries here at the ARG were not too long, though. This is Lewis has had enough. He's just backed away and trying to force this one away. Gets his his second run, but Lewis not looking to stay in line on that occasion from Harding. Just sort of backing away and having a go at that delivery.
Yeah, just giving himself some room because he's had enough of this nagging line and length by Zarel Harding. That back of a length was causing him some issues, and he decided enough is enough. But good feeling by the number 9 fielder Seeley, stopping what could have been 4 if it passed him. So far, a quiet start for the Windward Islands. Alex Armstrong and Derwin Lewis. 8 so far, halfway through the 4th over.
So the guy on the 15, they have defeated the Leeward Islands. This delivery outside the line of the off stump from Harding, Zarel Harding. Kind of getting to 78 for 4. So taking victory by 6 wickets over the Leeward Islands in that match.
Yeah,
that is being played at the Sir Richard Stadium in North Sound.
Yeah, not having the best of tournaments here, the Leeward Islands, on their home turf, as you would have imagined.
Here is he, cleaning him up. Played down the wrong line, stumps knocked down. That's the end of Alex Armstrong. Zarel Harding strikes, gets the wicket of Alex Armstrong, and the Windward Islands losing their first wicket.
Yeah,
let's have a look at it again.
Beautiful delivery by Zarel Harding, aiming for the top of off stump. And usually
Armstrong.
Most batsmen are not comfortable with the ball there. And Armstrong has to go. Beaten all ends up. Good pace, good bounce, and all in all.
Again, just no movement of the feet, trying to cover that one. Literally just played straight down the wrong line and missing the ball completely, and the ball crashed into his stumps.
Yeah, not much foot movement there. That nagging 3/4 length, just that 4 or 6 meter length. And kudos to the coach of the Barbados team, Mr. Roddy Eswick. He's been doing some good work with his fast bowlers because the consistency is commendable from these two opening bowlers, Zarel Harding and Jahidi Hines.
Harding bowling in long sleeves, sort of strange for a fast bowler to see him using a long sleeve shirt as a fast bowler. Long sleeve is not normally the shirt of choice for fast bowler. He's just trying to use that one with a little bit extra effort at Delroy Tittle, the new batter for the Windward Islands, and there was no run. 8 for 1 at the end of over number 4.
Yeah, looking a bit uncomfortable in his first ball, Delroy Tittle. Not keeping his eye on that one there. And good pace being worked up here by the young Zarel Harding. He's getting a lot of carry, a lot of bounce on this ARG wicket. So a very good start for the Barbados team. 8 for 1 from 4 overs in defense of 240 odd. Required run rate for the Windward Islands above 5, just above 5 1/4.
Tahiti Hines continues, and he has the distinction of opening the batting and opening the bowling for the Barbados team.
Well, he's been doing a good job so far. He's been hitting some nice lengths, not giving the batsman too much to work with in terms of scoring options. Derwin Lewis feeling a bit of pressure here, 2 off of 11, as we see him letting another one go. Seems to be a bit uncomfortable, the young Lewis.
Yeah, doesn't seem very settled, especially with the extra pace.
Right. Nope.
Here is he driving and missing, and that ball missing the stumps too. That was very close too.
Very
It
close.
was very close to being
stumps.
bowled.
A bit fuller by Jahidi Hines, looking to attack the off stump. Just on direction of the keeper Seth Smith, who mentioned to him just the ball before to bowl a bit straighter. Derwin Lewis not getting in line.
Staying leg side of the ball, Derwin Lewis. Here is he again, facing. This one doesn't have to offer a stroke.
Yes, this is good cricket here. The 2 slips, waiting patiently for what might be an inevitable edge. He's not getting in line, the young Lewis. Just fending, using just his hands, which is normally the recipe for getting an outside edge.
He's driving straight and he's going to get runs here. Might get 4. That's a beautiful shot. So this time, even though he didn't move his feet in the correct position, he got good bat onto it and was able to drive it straight back past the bowler, and that sped out to the long off boundary, and he got 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Derwin Lewis, pouncing on an over-pitch delivery from Jahidi Hines, maybe going searching a bit, the young Hines, trying to get him bowled, and the ball meet the middle of the bat, and 4 runs for Derwin Lewis.
He's now covering up again of a short of a length delivery, gets it back along the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling. There is the run. 5 overs have gone, 12 for 1. They still need 237 runs more if they're going to achieve victory with 9 wickets in hand.
Yes, I'm not really liking this from the young Derwin Lewis. As an opening batsman, it's imperative that you have a solid technique, and one of the cardinal rules is that you pick up the line and length of the delivery and play it according by getting in line, either forward or back. He seems to be in a nothing area, neither forward nor back.
By delivery to start the over by Zarel Harding.
So
Seth Smith skips across, takes no run.
a tall order here for Delroy Tittle. Short in stature, but that does not devalue his talent or his ability.
Harding. This delivery. Tittle is in line, bang on target, and just playing this one defensively.
Yes, that's lovely from Tittle. Right in behind that one, letting the bowler know that I am here. Presenting the full bat face. Standing tall is the young Tittle, just outside the line of the off stump, back of a length delivery, and played solidly into the extra cover region for no run. So, as many matches as you would have seen throughout the hallowed grounds of the ARG, who would you have seen as the bowler that would have impressed you the most throughout the years, hitting the pitch hard?
This one is played defensively back along the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling. No run. So Curtly Ambru's name has to come up. But I got the opportunity to see Wasim Akram and Waka Yunis as well bowl here. And I remember when Wasim Akram was warming up, he put up one stump and he knocked it down, 6 times in a row? Hit it about 6 times in a row. Was really putting on a clinic for those of us who were early to see them warming up. And he really bowled well in those matches here as well. So Wasim Akram certainly would have been one of those. Waka Yunis with his unusual pace. I also saw Patrick Patterson bowl here as well.
Yes, I've heard stories
and
about
he was
Pato.
quick. We didn't see much of his deliveries from side on. We saw him running in with that high boot, and then we saw Jeffrey Dujan with his gloves up in the air. Here is this delivery, hit high in the air, call for it, and it's taken, eventually taken by Zarel Harding himself. Ball and caught, but he just bumped into his teammate there, the number 9 in
Seeley.
Liam Seeley, and could have made a mess of that one. Just for a moment we thought that it bubbled, thought that he might have dropped it, but he snatched onto it in the end. Good catch in the end, taken by Zarel Harding off his own bowling. Delaware Little perishes, and the Windward Islands in trouble, 13 for 2.
Yes, it's sad to say, but that was a bit inevitable. The young Tittle just looking a bit uncomfortable against the pace of Harding, taking his eyes off the previous delivery, and I think he just decided that he's going to have a go at it. And didn't work out for him, didn't get it over the infield, and Harding ran back and took a fairly comfortable catch. And the Windward Islands 13 for 2, which brings the Burley Wickham to the wicket.
So we'll see what Wickham can do for the Windward Islands today. When we saw him out at Liberta, he looked okay before he got out. Wickham, I think he can be a tidy left-hander, but he comes in under pressure. Here is he flashing at one and missing outside the line of the off stump. Sort of have an open-chested stance there, Wickham, as we see the end of over number 6. We're going to tell you about the series coming up, and of course remember we're home for cricket this summer. So we're back after that. Remember that we want you in the ground, either in Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica or St. Kitts for that home series. But the Australians will be in town. Coming alongside me just for a few moments is a man that holds many hats when it comes to cricket in Antigua and the Leeward Islands, and even in the West Indies. Leon Kumar Rodney is alongside me. He's president of the local cricket association here in Antigua and Barbuda, and he's also, I think, on the Leeward Islands cricket board and the West WICB director. So he has some say when it comes to cricket. I'll ask him if he's been able to, if he can give us the scoop as to who's going to be the new captain. Have you heard anything yet, Kuma?
Good afternoon, each and everyone. Blessed love to each and everyone. Then more. How you doing, man?
Good, man.
Listen,
good.
what I noticed, Asha, I see Asha have a little peeping glass at this age. Asha taking a peeping glass to see outside. You feel Asha blind now, he can't see which one. I wanted to get in that one early in him, We'll come back to...
Good short delivery, a little bit of effort there from Jahidi Hines, hammering one into the pitch. He's noticed that Derwin Lewis doesn't want anything at all to do with those deliveries that are coming at his body. He's just rocking out of the way of that one into the gloves of Seth Smith. No run. This time, not moving his feet, he picked up the line early, did Derwin Lewis, and allowed this one to go into the gloves of the wicketkeeper.
Yeah,
Good afternoon again, Kumar.
Good afternoon, but as I was saying, if you notice, Asher's glass is small, so that means his eyes will see small, but the one for you is big, so your eyes will see big.
Yeah, I definitely need these.
Well, I'll tell you a little thing after this ball.
Again, not the best of techniques we've seen from Lewis, but he's defensive and playing this one into the outfield. No run.
I don't want to mock you guys then more, but about 6 weeks ago I did surgery on one of my eyes, and I have to do the other one. Only after I did the surgery I realized I was blind.
I know what you mean. I actually did eye surgery in 2023 in St. Martin, and you wouldn't believe it. I was up at Coolidge doing a match, and I recognized that when I looked out, I'm not seeing anything on the scoreboard.
Yeah,
something just seemed missing.
I'm telling you, I couldn't believe it.
I quickly went to my doctor and recognized. They said, look, you need to go and do some laser surgery pretty urgently.
Yeah, well, I have one eye to look at, and it's a very important boy, and I'm getting younger. And this side of young is not like the other side of young. But as pertains to the cricket, then more, it's a pleasure to see the youngsters. I've seen a number of reasonable fast bowlers. I can remember. I think the name is Mackenzie from Guyana.
You want to see Ikani Robinson from Jamaica as well. He's pretty sharp and pretty aggressive. I like him.
Yeah, a couple of guys.
A lot.
A couple of
These
guys.
two
Yeah.
from,
These guys,
from
Barbados.
Barbados. I was impressed with them in the very first encounter over there when they literally rushed the Jamaicans in that one. And so we've seen some pretty good prospects in terms that they on the 15 level, and as these guys get stronger, you expect that they're going to get even better. This is Wickham. I'm not sure what he was trying to do on that occasion, but
well, I think that he should be glad to be out there because that ball was a pretty quick ball. But as you're saying, then more we've seen some guys with some real good pace. I've been impressed by a number of the guys with pace, and I'm one of the person that believe that West Indies cricket was built on pace. During my time,
we watch as West Indies cricket was built on pace. However, we know that over the years, in terms of the type of pitches that have been prepared, have not helped our cause, and we've seen that when we get pitches that support fast bowling, that our bowlers have been able to hold their own against some of the countries. We've seen even lately with Alzari Joseph and that raw pace that he brings to the table. Wickham is driving, trying to force one away, no run. So Windward Islands have just stalled a little bit, 13 for 2 in over number 8. So they've just not been able to score.
I think it's going to be an uphill battle to get this score. What the batters has to do now is to look about some personal best. It may not sound right, but that's just the reality. I think that is a tall order, and the way in which these guys are bowling it's going to be a tall order to get those runs.
Tall order here is he fishing at one and missing outside line of the off stump. Naughty from Wickham. Just staying leg side of that one and just pushing the bat at it, not making contact, no run. But I think even though you say that they should look for personal best sometimes bring you close to the score.
But we have to agree that
which is what you want. So right. Even though it might look like a tall order, I think if in these guys' minds, let's hang in there, see if we can get a 50 for myself and so on and so forth. Still important. Harding has Wickham covering up, literally walking back down the pitch towards Harding. Just a little bit of gamesmanship to end over number 8. So 13 for 2 inside the first power play. Windward Islands having a little bit of a struggle.
You see, once we can continue to agree that cricket is a team sports that hinge on individual performance. So notwithstanding that they are 13 for 2 off 8 overs, chasing I think it's 253 to win the match. If you can have 2 batters put up their hand and stay out there, then obviously they get closer and closer, an inch closer and closer, bring down the run rate, and you never know what can happen.
And I can tell you that Barbados were 13 for 2 in the first after the first over. So it was a situation where it's a similar type situation. 13 runs, 2 wickets down. And then we saw a magnificent 100 made by Kehlani Clark.
Yeah,
came in and got himself in and built some partnerships along the way. First with this bowler Hines, and then later on with Sitaram, I think his name was. I'll tell you just now. But Pasaram, correct? With Pasaram, but again, that's what you need to do in these situations. The Windward Islands batters, though, look a little bit tentative, though, and they look a little bit not as comfortable with the pace bowling as did the Barbados team. And the Barbados bowlers are bowling just a tinge faster than did the Windward Islands bowlers. Again, we see Lewis just shuffling in line and playing one defensively out into the offside field, no run.
Yeah, what you want to observe, then more. We're not saying that he's going to square leg, but it appears that with the pace that these 2 bowlers are bowling, that the batters tend to start just a little bit from square leg.
Yeah, he's just backing away a little bit.
We're not saying he's running,
just giving himself a little room.
Exactly.
This time he's just standing in line, a lot better this time, a lot more assured about himself. Just stands in line and plays defensively into the offside field, almost as if himself and Jahidi Hines, they're having a practice match. Hines to Lewis defensively, fielded in the outfield, just straight back to the bowler. Let's go again. It's been like that for a few overs now. So just one slip in now for Jahidi Hines. Captain just signaling to someone to get loose. Outside the line of the off stump. Allowed to go into the gloves of Seth Smith.
I must say that I am not really in agreement with the field placing at the moment. When you have 2 bowlers bowling at this pace and you're in the pole position, 13 for 2, I still believe that you should maintain the 2 slips. As a matter of fact, coming from the old school, I would want to see a forward short leg or silly mid on something like that to give support to the bowler.
Here is he driving but falling short of that fielder at short extra cover. Just probably thought it was going to come, and then the ball just dying before it got to him. Picked it up on the bounce, and at the end of the over, opportunity lost. At the end of it, it remains on 13 for 2.
Right, so you see what I'm saying there, that I'll maintain the 2 slips, and if he had that silly mid on in position, I'm sure that would have been a wicket for Barbados. When you're leading by this massive score and you have two fast bowlers bowling at this pace, at this stage, you got to give them as much support as possible. You can't then become very defensive. And I noticed that at this level, well, not only at this level, at many of our level, that people tends to get very defensive early. But again, coming from the old school, maybe I see things a little different.
Let me ask: is this reflection of the players or of the coaches?
Well, at this level, especially at this level, I would have no doubt to accept that it has to be a reflection of the coaches.
Yeah, because
unfortunately, I just have to put it that way. I mean, look at this. You have this guy bowling at 3-6, a 3-6, right?
Mm-hmm.
A 3-6.
Yes.
With the pace that he's bowling, and the position that you're in, why would you want to have these 5 players just some close to the circle? We got to give him the level, the support.
Just bring them in a little tighter.
Yeah, bring in the gully and bring in a second slip and give him great support.
I was going to comment that with the ball falling short of Javian Batson in that last over.
Exactly.
I thought that I was saying that having the fielders, right on the circle at this stage of the encounter, especially when the Windward Islands batters are not attempting to go over the top. They're not attempting to hit boundaries. They have not gotten away. It's you're in your 10th over and the score is just 13. A little bit more aggression.
1.39.
A little bit more positive.
1.39.
Yeah, a little bit more positive energy could have been given, and maybe a little bit more positive in the field placements. It's just almost as if they're just waiting for something to happen.
Exactly. And Barbados in the pole position, you should not be waiting for something to happen. You should be demanding or commanding something to happen. And with the pace that these bowlers are bowling with, I'm saying to you, you must be more aggressive on the Windward Islands.
So Zarel Harding, from his 4.3 overs so far, he's had the 2 wickets to fall.
2 for 2 from 4.3.
So they've not been able to score off him. Here is he edging and going past where that second slip would have been and down to the third man boundary for 4. So that would have probably carried to a conventional second slip. Would have probably been a comfortable catch too. But not there. No third man in place. And a boundary to Wickham. And he gets his first run as well. He's on to 4 off 11. And the total goes up to 17 for 2 in over number 10.
May not have been a catch, but at the end of the day, because you have one slip in, they're trying to compensate the in between. So the first slip is in between first and second slip, where that the ball probably would not have been a catch, but he would not have gotten 4 for it.
He's turning one on the onside is Wickham. Slow delivery from Zarel Harding. Still dot. Goes into the book. At this stage, I think that man at deep backward square is wasted, because we've not seen any attempt to pull, nothing aggressive, and we haven't even seen Zarel Harding really even trying too many of a short ball. We just saw one in his spell so far. Here is he with a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Again, Wickham is driving without moving his feet. Missed it completely into the gloves of the wicketkeeper to end over number 10 on the first power play. 17 for 2, the Windward Islands, in response to 248 all-out made by the Barbados team.
Yes, then most sometimes I believe that we're playing TV cricket. That's just me setting field. Just let us understand now. Harding is bowling
score
right with a 6-3 field. 6-3 field. So obviously he's trying to bowl straight as possible, going to the off stump. But then you have a man way back on the backward square boundary. Let us understand that if this guy, the pace that he's bowling, and he's going to bowl short, you more than likely want the guy to be just backward of the umpire or even forward of the umpire, whatever you choose is. But as you just said, it's a waste to have the guy down there because you pull into a 6-3 field, which means that you want him to bowl just off stump, center and off, going away. But you have the man on the backward square boundary. Doesn't make any sense.
And you have the man on the deep cover boundary.
Exactly.
The field is set almost as if you have a small total that you're trying to restrict runs.
Exactly. I think that the Barbados team has to get a little tighter than this. These two bowlers has been bowling pretty well. Good pace, and that's one of the things that you got to respect. The pace. I am not moving my second slip for nothing. And that man on the extra cover boundary now, he's wasted. You know.
So a new bowler is in. Asher Branford has come in.
Still with some good pace.
Still with some good pace indeed. Here is Branford, short of a length, just nudging it down to a fine leg position. And it goes into the boundary for 4 leg byes. So just taking him on the thigh pad and going past the diving wicket keeper and down to the fine leg boundary for 4 leg byes.
Yeah, when you're bowling at that pace, these things will happen, especially when it comes off the tie pod or the pad or anything like that. To just come fine to the fine leg, and the guy coming over from that wide position just could not have gotten in. But these things will happen, and with the kind of lead that you have and the kind of pace that these bowlers are bowling with, I'm impressed.
Not a good delivery, bouncing outside the line of the off stump.
Why would you not want to support this kind of bowling with 2 slips and even a gully, you know, with the kind of ones that's made by Barbados? So I can't. I'm just not understanding it. Maybe I'm coming from too old a school.
No doubt, the Barbados captain and coaches would have discussed what they want to do when they go out there. So we might not understand, but they're working on a plan.
Then more working on a plan is relative. You would have made 200 plus big scores. The score is now 21 for 2, 10.4 overs. 3 bowlers so far has been bowling with reasonable pace. Why would you want to have an extra cover instead of give support to the second slip? But again, you know, as you say, maybe there's a plan. Let's hope that it works. In any case, I think the pace that they're bowling with and the way they're bowling, I'm not sure that Windwards can even get close to these scores. It's just my opinion, but the way in which Barbados has been.
Somebody says the commentary has been disrespectful. Call the game as you see it.
But that's what I'm doing. I'm calling the game that.
Somebody's asking them to identify the disrespect.
Yeah, I'm calling the game as I see it. The game is that with the position that Barbados has found themselves in, I can't see why you would want to have a man on the cover boundary instead of supporting 2 slips and the gully. I'm calling the game as I see it. I don't think that we're disrespecting anybody at all. The truth is just the truth, just the reality. I mean, this is our job.
I always wonder why Caribbean people don't like truth. Why they don't want people to.
Oh, you know what? That person must be a politician.
Say it as they see it.
That person must be a politician.
People always want you to sugarcoat the obvious. Not me. Wrong guy. This is a delivery that is steered away into the offside field, and no run. No one at all ever is going to tell me how to.
No, that person who sent the message,
or how to call the game as I see it. Whether they feel it's disrespect or not.
That person is a politician.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm saying it out loud that I, for one.
But what have we been saying? That is not true. I mean, the fast bowlers of Barbados are bowling very well. Barbados has made 200 and something plus, right? And it's 22 for 2. why take out the slips and so forth and have a man on the backward? Look at that backward square boundary, the cover boundary when the pace that these guys are bowling with. You can actually see that the
not
batters,
even just the pace, just the approach of the Windward Islands batsmen. They have not been trying to hit any boundaries.
It's not suggesting that they try to hit any boundary.
They're pretty much in survival mode.
Exactly. So we are we're not disrespecting anybody. We're calling a spade a spade.
New bowler coming
on, and you now take out the slips. Took out the slips. Man down on the backward square boundary. Third man, and the third
it's
man.
It's Mangera who is coming on. Let me just tell you his name. Yuvraj, correction. Abdullah Mangera. His first delivery is played away into the offside field. There's no slip fielders in place for him. Let me just tell you the field. He has a man at a wide third man and a long leg boundary, a deep backward square on the boundary as well. And there is deep extra cover on the boundary for Mangera, so he has lots of protection for his bowling, and he's bowling short. And first sign of aggression we've seen from Derwin Lewis, trying to pull that one into the onside, not making really good contact, so no run. This is a delivery that is keeping low. Good take behind by Seth Smith.
Then more so far, if the person who feels that is disrespectful, I would want to say to them that so far the Barbados under 19 bowling has been much better than on the 19s. Got to give credit where credit is due. It's just that we are saying, and I am saying, that you got to give better support to your bowlers the way in which they have been bowling, especially when you've made that kind of score, and that's all I'm saying. So if you feel that it's disrespectful, I cannot apologize.
Some folks say we should call the game and don't take the comments personal. We're not taking any comments personal at all.
That's why we're doing what we're doing.
Not at all. But it's just obvious that, and I asked you earlier if it's a signal of the type of coaching that is taking place, and one of the comments that I've made earlier, even in these matches before, that I find that the coaches are overcoaching in the terms of when the guys are on the field. Literally the other day, Jamaica, I watched as the Jamaica coach changed the field from what the captain had.
We'll talk about that a little bit more after this over then.
Quick run for the guys there from the Windward Islands. Good throw, hitting the stumps, but Wickham was home easily, and it has brought us to the first water break. 12 overs have gone. We'll tell you about the series coming up, and then we'll continue our coverage. And so we're back after that refreshment break. The Windward Islands 23 for 2 after 12 overs. So it's been slow going for the Windward Islands. They've probably now had just a little bit of an opportunity to touch base with the captain and coach and talk about approach. And we see Lewis again not getting in line, just staying leg side of that delivery and trying to force it back past Asher Branford. Branford feels well, no run. So the total remains on 23 for 2. They're trying to get to 248, the Windward Islands. Barbados all out for 248, and a magnificent century made in their innings.
I love that. When you're a fast bowler, you must be able to remind the batsman that I am a fast bowler. So I must go into turf and either you duck or you hook. I think it's a little bit high, but nevertheless, I love that. And I must give the Bajan bowlers some credit. They're bowling very well, except I think that they need better support. You don't need anybody on the boundaries at the present moment.
This is Branford, and again, just trying to counter-attack, you would say, just staying leg side and looking to pull. Is Lewis, hits it out to that man at mid-on, no run. Killarney Clark was the pick of the batters for Barbados, getting an even 100, and then the very next delivery hit it down the throat of the lone man on the leg side, in that mid-wicket position. Here is he driving and out caught. Good catch taken at that mid-on region there. It's the tall figure of Prasad who just reached up to his left and dragged it out of the air. That's the end of Lewis. He almost expected, because he was not willing to get in line, was just trying to stay leg side and try to play some aggressive shots. Held out to that mid-off region. Windward Islands losing their third wicket. They are on 23 for 3. Lewis back in the pavilion.
I think that's what you will call a frustrated out. I think he just have gotten weary of understanding that this guy is bowling in the right area, and he just doesn't have the level of patience to wait some more, because bad ball will come. But at the end of the day, I think that the Barbados team has been bowling so well with these 4 pacers that we have seen so far, that listen, you as I said before, and I'll say it again, I think based on what I've seen so far from the Barbados team, the pacers are just a little bit more than on the 19s, on the 15s. That's my apologies. They're a little bit more than on the 15s. They're bowling very, very well. I still believe that the captain just need to give them a little bit more support, and the position that Windwards find themselves in, they're not batting with any level of urgency. Some of them not getting in line. They're starting from what we call a running position, coming from by the umpires. Nevertheless, they're getting in line. But it's going to be a very tall order. If they don't pay attention, they may be out within 100.
Kyle Stevens is at the crease, and he gets a sharp delivery, but it's pushed down the leg side, called wide by umpire Bernard Joseph. Bradford was looking to attack the stumps there on that occasion. So the new batter, Kyle Stevens. So Wickham is there. He's not out on 4 of 13. And Kyle Stevens just facing one delivery yet to score. Outside the line of the off stump, just a stifled appeal as he pushed that one from Asher Branford. And I like the fact that these Barbados seamers are trying to bowl quickly, trying to bowl fast, running in and giving the effort. Really commendable.
That's what should happen when you're young. You got to ask the fast bowlers to run in and bowl fast. The line and length, listen, the line and length is not going to be consistent at this level. Just ask them to bowl fast. Some of them have 5 overs. Let them bowl fast for 5 overs.
right up to the right-handed Kyle Stevens, who plays defensively into the onside field to end another over. The total has moved on, 24 for 3 after some 13 overs. Stephen yet to score. Jamie Wickham, he is on 4.
As we come to you from the historic Antigua Recreation Grounds in more, this is the ground of Brian Lara, 375 and 400, Sir Viv quickest 100, that wonderful chase by West Indies. I think it was
413.
But there's a young man on Thursday who took a hat trick here from Guyana. I'm trying to remember his name off the top of my head. Asif, right?
Riaz Latif.
Latif.
Yes.
He ended up getting 6 wickets, but he had a hat trick. And I think as an under 15 player, he probably would have created another history here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Very, very, very well bowled by the young man. And I think he had about 3 or 4 wickets today at the Sir Viv Richards cricket ground in that match play.
One of the things that we didn't mention as well that I have seen is some good prospects in terms of spin bowling as well in this tournament. I've liked how a lot of the young spinners that I've seen, especially the leg spinners, how they've shaped up. Really good for the future. When you see youngsters showing good technique and good talent. Here is a Yorker length delivery as Abdullah Mangera continues to bowl. This is his second over.
Yeah, thus far you have to give credit to the Bajan bowling. They have bowled very well thus far, and it's significant to see 25 for 3 of 13.2. That will suggest to you that they have been bowling very well. That's a wide ball down the leg side. That will happen. I know a few days ago one of those teams, I think they had something like about 58.
I'll ask you, because I asked Asha, I think, in one of our commentary. Do you think on the 15 stage that we should be calling wide for everything down the leg side?
Yes. But I'll tell you.
You have to tell me why.
Yeah.
Here is this delivery and the stifled appeal as Mangera looked back. He was angling that one in at the right-handed batter.
The only problems that I have, Denmo, that I think that the same line that you call wide for down the leg side should be the same wide should be called outside the off stump. That is my contention. But I say yes, you should.
I hear you, but if you're going to use that option as a reason, then you can't call everything that goes down the leg side wide, because if you're going to use the line as a guide, many of those deliveries that are called wide down the leg side are within the line.
No, I will agree with that. That
I've seen some deliveries
within the yellow line.
Come and a player just move in his leg and it slips down the leg side
and they say
and
wide.
It's called wide, and I think that those deliveries are accessible.
But I'm saying to you, if you're going to call that wide, then the same one outside the off stump, I think that you should also call that wide. So that's my argument. But I'm saying that yes, the rules must. I will agree the rules right across the board, that if it's wide down the leg side, it's wide down the leg side, whether it's on the 15s, 17s, or 19s. But I'm just not satisfied.
But is that really a rule?
Yes, it's in the rules.
Because I was reading and I don't see it.
It is.
Where it says that every delivery that goes down the leg side is a wide.
It is. But I'm saying my conversation is that
because I have seen even recently that there are deliveries that go down the leg side and the umpires.
No,
don't
it depends.
call.
It depends on where the batter moves. If the batter moves to the ball going down the leg side, it may not be called wide. If he stands in his original position, it will be called wide. But if he moves towards the ball, it may not be called wide.
I think it's subjective, and for me, it's a little bit excessive, especially at this stage, the early learning stage of the game. I would think under 15 is still teachable age when we are trying to teach them. Yes, we want them to learn the correct thing. As a new over is beginning, and Asher Branford continues to bowl quickly and continues to bowl well.
I think once we're in tournament modes, that the rules must be adhered to. Training, you must be able to train the guys and understand what the rules are, and help them to be bowling as straight as possible. And at this level, you're not going to get it perfect because you're only 15, you know, and you're going to experiment and try things.
Here we watch as Branford has Wickham just playing defensively into that offside field, no run. That man on the deep cover boundary has yet to feel a delivery all match.
He's not going to feel any.
He's just been out there in that distant spot.
He's on vacation.
Just cooling out, maybe hoping that the shade from the bleacher stand would soon take him over, get him in that spot there where he is covered. Here is, we see one Wickham just walking forward, almost yorking himself. The ball goes into the offside field again, no run.
Just then more with the pace of these guys, as you rightly suggest, the extra cover boundary player is wasted. Well, as I say again, I'm from the old school, and I think that the best form of attack is the best form of defense is attack. So, with the way in which these fast bowlers are bowling, there's no doubt that I'm going to be as aggressive as possible. I'm going to make sure that I have my two slips in. Maybe look to have a forward short leg, man. Well, you may not want to go for silly mid-on on those kind of things, but you want those guys a little bit short inside there, and especially if the fast bowlers, the way they're bowling, if they hit it in short, you want to have a man just behind the umpire there, backward of square, that you cock it up and you get a wicket.
Outside the line of the off stump once more, not making contact.
Good
again
pace, good pace, then more good pace.
During Pollard's captaincy, we saw some of those kind of fields, some unorthodox, you would say, field placements, especially in one day and T20 matches and so on. He was willing to push the envelope a little bit.
You have to. I mean, when you have bowlers bowling the way in which these guys are bowling, you can't be defensive.
Another short double length delivery, and Wickham just standing in line, playing defensively to end the 15th over. So at the end of 15, 26 for 3. The current run rate is at 1.73, and they need well over 6 runs. They still need another 223 runs from 210 deliveries. So in terms of balls to runs, the Windward Islands are still within range, but they just need to find a way that they can score, find a way that they can break this stronghold that the Barbados seam bowlers have had on them.
I'm not sure they're going to find a way this time, to be honest with you.
Abdullah Mangira continues. First delivery is driven up on the onside, no run.
These are some of the things that the other teams has to take into consideration. Then more the way in which the Barbados team has been playing. You got to look around and recognize that kind of money is that spending in Barbados. I mean, if your association is getting $2 million a month to run sports, and they have the opportunity.
Here is an opportunity for Windward Islands to score. Who's giving them $2 million a month?
That is coming from the lottery arrangement. So, you know, when you have that level of opportunity as the Barbados Cricket Association to employ coaches,
well, they have no reason to.
Where these players goes to Kensington Oval, I think it's 3 days a week, whether you're on the 15s, 17s, or 19s. with coaches employed not only by the ministry but coaches employed by the association, this is the result that you're going to continue to get good results.
Short delivery that is just steered away. Here is opportunity for a run out, and he's out. Direct hit from the fielder, as it was Kyle Stevens that was rushing
and
down.
I tell you, without looking at the replays yet, I can tell you that he probably was in his crease, but the bat was in the air. Oh no, he was
definitely shot.
Definitely shot. The wreck hit.
Yeah.
What a feeling.
Yeah.
So that comes right back to what I'm telling you, Denmo. When you have these guys going to the Kensington Ovals, if my memory serves me right and my understanding is correct, it goes there like 3 days a week. Coaches are paid by the association via that funds that I'm telling you about. I mean, they should.
But it is easier when you are in the same country.
Definitely.
When you can drive down to the venue where where it's called, even if it's a bigger country and you have to drive a little longer to get there. But in the Leeward Islands, where we have different islands to deal with and transport not of the best and all of that, we have to find a different way.
I hear what you're saying.
Or we have to find equivalent ways in each territory.
Exactly. And I'm not good at shying away from responsibilities. So I'm saying in Antigua we need to be able to do something different.
Deliveries down the leg side, so
as you say,
still a little bit of a struggle, a little bit for Abdullah Manguera, just trying to keep his line.
As you say, Denmo, the individual territories in the sub-region we have to do much better than we're doing. And one of the things we have to make sure that we have tournaments. We must need the tournaments.
This one is hit in the air and it falls safely over the top of that man at mid-off and gets down the boundary for 4 runs. So Wickham gets another boundary.
That's a good attempt, and yield 4 runs on the recreation grounds. Once the outfield is so quick,
Yeah, once the ball gets past you, it races. Manguera is again, and this time Wickham is driving straight. He's going to get another boundary. So 2 4s in a row for Wickham. Not the prettiest of strokes you've ever seen, but effective. First one, he got it over the man at mid-off, and the second one hit it a little bit straighter between the mid-off and mid-on fielder and down to the boundary in front of us. 4 runs. With that open stance, Wickham. And he's again looking to force one away. Ball keeping low, bouncing through to Seth Smith behind the stumps. And there's no run. 36 for 4 at the end of over number 16. We home, full of energy. And it's the home series that's coming up. The Australians should be coming to town in the early parts of the Caribbean summer. They're going to be in Barbados, then Grenada, Jamaica, and of course over there in Warner Park in St. Kitts. And you want to be sure that you take some time out to follow West Indies cricket. So make that a part of your plans and be a part of the We Home series, full of energy this year. And of course the West Indies will be coached by Darren Sammy in Test cricket in that series, and we should have either a new or returning captain, but somebody different from Craig Brathwaite at the helm of that one. No doubt Craig Brathwaite is still hoping to be amongst the selected players. He's won 98 tests?
Something like that.
He needs 2 test matches to get to his 100th test. Wickham is again just staying leg side and playing into the offside. I've seen him shape better than how he is in this game, Wickham. I've seen him try to get in line and try to play in the conventional way, that open stances. I think it's limiting his ability. Let's watch as Asher Branford is in his 4th over. And Wickham again just trying to steer one down to a 3rd man region. Gets it to the point field, no run.
I've seen a number of these batters with that very wide open stance. Well, for me, I'm going to say a la Jim Allen, because I'm old like old shoes, and I would have seen Jim Allen as the first player who would have does that. But, you know, in the modern time, it would have been Shandapal. It's just how well they end up at the point of delivery. So I'm not too perturbed by whatever stance they want to use.
Here's he driving again. Asher Branford was hoping that he could get his hand onto that one, maybe he can get it to stick. No run. 37 for 4 in over number 17 of 50. They're trying to get to 249 for victory, the Windward Islands.
I heard you spoke earlier about ugly ones. There's no ugly ones then more. Ones are ones. He struck 2 very good boundaries. They may not be pretty, as you said, but when you look in the book, you don't see the colors.
We know that. We're just talking about the aesthetics of convention. When you play some of those shots, they tell you about the way that you should be executing, at least at this stage of your career, when you're young and learning the game. They want you to practice the good habits early, and then you can, of course, once you have the basics down packed and have them in such a way, then you can improvise with some of those other strokes.
I would want to suggest to you then more that the habits has to come down to consistency of your execution of what it is that you are doing. And I say that because when you look at someone like the boomer, you know, when you look at someone like the boomer, who would want to teach that? Nobody would want to teach what boomer is doing. So it has to come down to the execution and consistency of whatever you're doing, and people should be able to look at you and analyze what it is that you're doing and encourage you to make better of what it is that will work for you.
But just
because what works for you.
But just to back up my point, we can just have a look at the 100 today, some of the strokes played by Kalani Clark in his 100, and I think this is the moment when he got that 100, was really happy with himself and should have been and was an excellent knock by him. But throughout that innings we saw a mixture of real classy strokes and brute force.
And I'm sure nothing at all is wrong with that.
I think a lot of the times here is another run out opportunity. Overthrows here now for the Windward Islands, as the backing up on the onside was just a little bit lacking there from the Barbados player that was backing up, Prasad.
They've introduced spin now.
Yeah, this is the captain, Justin Paris, that's bowling, listed as a leg spin bowler.
Yeah, the captain seems to choose one of the hardest job in cricket, which is the wrist spin bowling.
Keelan Christmas is there with Jamie Wickham. And again, just trying to force it through the offside, no run.
Keelan Christmas, what a name.
He's driving, and good stop on his follow through by Justin Paris, no run.
The way in which the Bajan bowlers are bowling at the moment, I'm not sure that Mr. Christmas will get in any present anytime soon.
Good bowling this from Paris, just a little bit more loop on that delivery. This is what I've been talking about. I've seen good control from the spinners, especially some of the wrist spinners. Saw one wrist spinner in one game just literally dragging two batsmen out of their crease. And one bowled and the other one stumped. Really good spin bowling. We've had 18 overs gone, 39 for 4 is the total for the Windward Islands.
Yes, 10 more so far. I think we have seen some great talent coming out of this under 15 tournament. All the teams have one or two players that can be identified for the next generation of cricket in the Caribbean. How much they will go forward. To be honest with you, I've seen a young player in the name of Mr. Tittle from the Windwards. I am not sure how much runs he would have made as yet, but I think that he has tremendous ability, and there's a number of players in this under 15 tournament. How much they will stick with it after this, because you know there's a lot of players after under 15s we don't hear from them after this, but I'm hoping that with the amount of cricket to be played, that they will have some stickability and hope that they move forward.
Played quietly back along, and that's argument you're making there for the after the under 15 for there to be an under 17 tournament, and then under 19, and then of course these guys looking to get into their senior national team and around the setup. I think that there is also need in the domestic arena. This delivery is cut away down deep to that deep cover. So just another single too.
I know there are plans to have an under 23, which I think would also help to bridge the gap of persons moving forward or getting places in the senior level.
An appeal from Liam Seeley, who is bowling from the Sir Vivian Richards Players Pavilion end. And maybe just a little bit of the pressure has eased off the Windward Islands batters. They now just turning over the strike a little bit more. 40 for 4. Wickham, Jamie Wickham, he's there. 14 off 31. And he's going to get 2 more to add to his total. As a matter of fact, the ball was running away from the fielder, and a good stop. But again, just a little bit of poor running between the wickets by the Windward Islands. Just overrunning was the non-striker, and wasn't paying attention that the fielder had stopped the ball and gone well off of the fielder. They could have probably come back for a third. Swing and a miss by Wickham. So Jamie Wickham is on 16 off 33. Keelan Christmas, who's with him, 4 off 9. And Windward Islands without Jordan Charles, who was at the slip region today.
when he got hit.
And he got hit. Had both hands on his knee. Sort of not what you tell young players to do. And didn't react to a thick outside edge that went straight into his forehead. Hope that he is okay. I know he went off to the hospital to be checked out. Not sure if he has returned.
206 to get off 186 balls. It's still looking good on paper, but based on how the Bajan team has been bowling, I'm not sure that it's gettable. The Windward Islands batters will have to continue to put their foot on the gas and bring the scoring rate down if they're going to get anywhere close to these.
But I must say that
runs.
the Windward's batters look a little bit more comfortable playing against the spin than they did against the faster stuff.
I agree with you.
Wickham putting that right leg out towards that one, not making contact. This is Paris.
Yeah, just to report then more that I think the CT scan has been done, so I believe that the player will be coming back to the grounds any moment now. I haven't had the full report of what's going on, but I think he should be coming back at the present moment.
He's out caught. Very easy catch again. Wickham just standing there, not moving his feet and looking to force one away. Hit it straight to that man at that short extra cover position, and a simple catch taken.
Yeah, that is what you call one of the easy out in cricket. He just stood there.
Asher Branford
threw the willow at it and it's out caught at the man at cover. I think this has I wouldn't say a nail, but put in some screws in the coffin of the Windward Islands. 44 for 5 off 19.5 overs, trying to get to 249, if my memory serves me right, to win this match. I'm not sure that it's going to be on the cards. Anytime you get yourself in a position like this, chasing, notwithstanding they only need 205 from 181 balls. But when you would have lost that amount of wickets, 5 wickets,
your top order.
When your top order is gone, you put a lot of pressure on the middle order and the low order to get those runs. And just looking at the scoreboard pressure, I think that there's a lot of pressure now on these batters to get those kind of runs.
So Joshua Joseph, the Windward Islands captain, has come out to join Keelan Christmas, and he no doubt will hope that he can put on a partnership with Christmas. Barbados team though is hoping that they will get another wicket. Now the Barbados team, when they lost their wickets, they lost them in twos.
Well, when you have someone batting by
They're coming back for a second run. Could be trouble here, but he doesn't collect it at the non-striker's end. Yeah. And almost looked as if the Christmas coming back there looked as if he was struggling. Yeah, had he caught that one, he would have been definitely a goner. The throw though wasn't as good as it could have been. I remember hearing a coach saying it's not good fielding that runs out people, it's good throws. So he really needed a good throw back at the non-strikers, and the throw was a little bit wayward, and the fielder they're not gathering, and the batsmen were able to come back for 2 runs in the end. So Joshua Joseph gets his first 2 runs off his first delivery, and the Windward Islands survive. They're now 46 for 5.
Yeah, if he took that one, I think that Christmas would not have been getting a gift until maybe December. And given his name, I think he would have to wait till December to get the gift. But they're still there. And listen, you never know. This game is a game of glorious uncertainties. Maybe Windward still believe that there's some glory, and Barbados will be left with the uncertainties. We'll wait and see.
Captain Paris just making sure that his fielders are in the positions that he wants them. This one is taking a leading edge and is taken. Liam Seeley gets his first wicket. Keelan Christmas was just looking to turn one on the inside. The leading edge found the ball just scooped up into the air, and a simple catch taken by Liam Seeley to his own bowling, and the Windward Islands perish further. They have lost their sixth wicket. Is now 46 for 6.
As we will say locally, that it's been a very soft dismissal. In local terms, when we are playing against each other, you say, then more, that is an ice cream out.
Really soft out.
Yeah, when you're giving each other chat, you say, then more, that's a soft out, man. Just come out of the wicket, that's an ice cream out, it's soft out. But listen, I want to thank everybody, and then more, I think that it's really great that we can see this level of cricket at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, and the CCG Stadium and Liberta. It's good to have the players, say what you want, but for these young players to get the opportunity to play at this historic venue where Brian Lara would have broken 2 records, Viv Richards would have made the fastest century, Omari Banks and Vatsberg Jakes would have pulled off a big win against Australia. You'd have seen Wazin Akram here doing some magic with the ball, Curtly Ambrose, and there's a lot of things happening here. To see that young man from Guyana who would have picked up the hat trick here in this Latif in this under 15 tournament, which ended with a 6-wicket haul. So again, to everybody, to all the commentators, the ground staff, and everybody who has made this possible, on behalf of myself and the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association, handling these matches on behalf of the Cricket West Indies. Thank you guys very much. It has been a challenge, but at the end of the day, we have to do what we have to do to make things happen in Antigua and Barbuda.
Next time I get you alongside me, we'll talk about plans for development in Antigua and Barbuda. Didn't trouble you today because
I'm sorry that it didn't trouble me.
Because we're covering Barbados versus the Windward Islands. We're not talking our business on the street. Here is this delivery.
Things happening pretty shortly then more. Thank you guys very much. It was always a pleasure. All right? Nice.
Janelle Williams has come out to join Jashawn Joseph. And very shortly, Asha Murray Cornelius will come back alongside me to finish this match today. Windward Islands still continue to struggle on. 48 for 6 is the total, as the Barbados bowlers just look to tighten the screws on the Windward Islands. So, in his second over, Liam Seeley, and a swing and a miss again from the players, and umpires are just going to check, because I think the ball missed the stumps and might have just taken the wicketkeeper on the helmet with the expected protocol. Having been hit on the helmet, they have to do the concussion check and all the protocols. Wicketkeeper seems to be okay, just suggesting, but the rules are the rules, and at this stage we can't be too careful. So the physio is just running out now. He's going to just ask him a couple of questions, maybe just do a check of the helmet just to make sure that it's okay. And it's 48 for 6. So just a swing and a miss, routine delivery, but he sort of just took his eyes off it, the wicket keeper, and the ball went into his helmet. And so
just protocol and safety of the players, which is paramount at this level. So Windward Islands on the 15s 48 for 6 in a spot of bother here. So Mr. Roberts, can they dig themselves out of this hole?
It's going to be difficult, this one, but what I think that like Kuma had said earlier, some of these batters need to look for maybe a personal best, see if they can just batter on a little bit, try to score some runs for themselves, and once you score runs for yourself, it's runs for your team. So it's an opportunity to to, just try and hang in there a little bit, not just go in and give your hand away. I would think that they would just want to just hang around a little bit. This one just slipping down the leg side. I wonder if there was a little touch onto that one, because we don't see a signal from the umpire. Umpire Bernard Joseph just checking something there, and they just maybe just checking the number of deliveries. Is that the end of the over?
Correct, end
so
of the
it's
over.
The end of the over. Just probably with that concussion check, the umpire just lost his count just slightly. But at the end of 21 overs, 48 for 6, Janelle Williams is on 1. He just faced 4 deliveries. Captain Joshawn Joseph on 3 of 2 deliveries. And I would say to Captain Joshawn Joseph and Janelle Williams, just look to bat as long as they can. See how many runs they can get amongst themselves.
Yeah, most definitely.
Might be difficult at this stage to try and win the game, but they definitely want to achieve some personal best.
Yeah, it's important to take some sort of positives out of the game. I mean, Joshawn Joseph would have finished with 4 wickets in his bowling spell, so accumulating a 50 as well along with it. Just to, take some positives out of the game.
There's always something that a cricketer can take away, and he should have really gotten a 5-wicket haul, because the 5th wicket was a routine catch for wicketkeeper Wickham, and he floored it. And so Joshawn Joseph must have been disappointed not able to get that 5-wicket haul. And a lot of these players are not just playing for their territory. I think they're also trying to get themselves in the book of the selectors in case there is a under 15 West Indies team to be selected.
Yes, it's always important to perform at this level, so you could have your name penciled in or earmarked for the West Indies under 19 team, who takes part in the ICC under 19 Cricket World Cup every 2 years. So these bunch would be looked at for the next World Cup or the next World Cup after that, 2 years or 4 years down the road. So it's important to put your best foot forward at this level.
So Seth Smith whips off the bails, just asks the umpire a question. Not out, says umpire Bernard Joseph. As Captain Justin Paris continues, 2.5 overs so far, 7 runs from his bowling, just the 1 wicket so far.
Yes, I'm really impressed with the attacking line and lengths that the young Paris is bowling, forcing the batsman to come forward to play a stroke, as opposed to being too defensive and bowling back of the length. But another single to end the over.
So the 50 has come up for Windward Islands, 51 for 6 at the end of over number 22. Janelle Williams is not out on 2. Joshawn Joseph on 5. Still 198 runs needed.
Yes, a tall order indeed for the Windward Islands, with only 4 wickets left and without the services of their main batsman Jordan Charles. But a respectable showing here. Some fight should be shown by Janelle Williams and Joshawn Joseph, the captain and vice captain.
Sealy's first delivery of a new over is struck away into the mid-wicket region for a single.
Yes, the name of the game at this point in time for the Windward Islands is just to see how close they can get. Don't put too much pressure on yourself to aim to keep in line with the run rate, but just try and accumulate and see where you are, and let's reassess again after maybe 35 or 40 overs.
So Williams is going for glory, trying to get one over the wide long on region. Was looking for a boundary but was able to just get 2 runs.
Yeah, looking to access that vacant mid-wicket region is the young Williams. Slog swept in the gap and gets 2.
Here is an appeal for delivery that is angled down the leg side. It's coming across and trying to whip it away. Was Janelle Williams. Probably just taken on the thigh pad as it went into the gloves of Seth Smith. Seth Smith behind the stumps. Looks a little bit more conventional of a wicket keeper than we saw with Wickham. Another poor delivery and hit away. This should be a boundary, and given the treatment, it was a poor delivery from Liam Seeley. He's been a little bit leg-sided this over, and just helping himself was Janelle Williams to a boundary down to the fine leg region.
Yeah, much too short by the young Liam Seeley. Short and down the leg side. An easy pickup for Janelle Williams as he gets his first boundary. After 23 overs, the Windward Islands 58 for 6, and we're going to take a short drinks break, and then we'll be back with more coverage between the Windward Islands and Barbados.
And so we're back. The players have refreshed themselves. Have probably had a little talk with their coaches, and we'll see if the Barbados team will be looking to try and wrap this up, not allowing this game to prolong too long. Here is Paris, short of a length, looking to punch it away. Was Joshawn Joseph not making contact.
Yeah, a bit back of a length there by Young Paris.
Nice flight on that delivery, and they're going to get a single as.
Yeah, beautiful delivery there by Justin Paris, giving it a lot of flight. He's a relatively tall leg spinner, so he's going to get a lot of drift and a lot of dip from such a height, and that he can use that to his advantage here. He already has a slip in place, so looking to challenge that outside edge. Ooh. Didn't pick it there, the batsman Janelle Williams.
Didn't pick that one at all. Let's just have a look at that one.
A ripping googly. Oh, that's perfect. Through the legs.
It went right through his legs.
Oh, perfect. A risky single there taken by the Windward Island batsman.
I think it was good in the end, because they noticed that the fielder is on the 30-yard circle. Even though the ball was going straight to him, I think once they took off right away, they were always going to get that run. Because he's pretty deep at that mid-on position. He did have a plug at the stump though. Was looking to knock the stumps down, but it looked as if Janelle Williams would have already shooted his bat into the crease. Runs for Jashawn Joseph. He gets it down to a deep backward square. Fielder coming on off the boundary, so they'll only get a run. So Williams is on 9. Joseph is on 861 for 6. Run rate required is still, you would say, still reasonable. Just over 7. 188 from 156 deliveries. But the crucial thing is that they've lost 6 wickets. And if we're honest, the 2 Windward Islands batters don't seem to be of the highest order. But they're still battling on for their team. He's edging and he's going to get runs here. Might just run away for the boundary. Yes, the fielder gives up the chase now. This is a quick outfield, and so that edge taken there. Once it got past the slip, and with the vacant third man region, it's always going to be a struggle to stop that one from going into the boundary.
Yeah, just seems to be bowling a tad too short is the young Liam Seeley. I mean, he already has gotten a wicket already, the leading edge taking a caught and bowled, and that was from pitching up the ball. So, right, that's
a good shot from Jashawn Joseph for 4. Drove that one well all along the ground. It was a flighted delivery to him from Liam Seeley, and Seeley has been leaking some runs the last 2 overs.
Yes, I think
right up to him, and he really went through with that stroke, and look at how that one went into the boundary beautifully.
Yeah, I think they've gotten the measure now of Seeley. They've figured out all of his tricks, and they're looking to capitalize on and pressure the young Liam Seeley.
Let's see how Seeley will respond. Is that a good delivery from Seeley? Joseph was pushing at that one. Swinging and missing. At one, Jashawn Joseph. He's there on 16. Johnny Williams is on 9.
Yes, a nice little partnership building here between the two. 24 now off of 29 deliveries. And they're going to have to take this partnership as deep as possible. maybe to over number 40 or even 45.
25 overs gone. So they're at the halfway stage, 70 for 6. So they're really going to need a big effort if the Windward Islands are going to get anywhere near the total put up by the Barbados team. 248 all out they made. And we can't forget that century today by Kilani Clark, the first of the tournament. He would have played extremely well.
Yes, I don't think we could stop singing his praises today.
Here is an opportunity, and thought that was a leading edge, but not taken.
Yeah, just got away from the slips field today. I'm not sure who is that slips.
Yeah, but it seemed to be off the pads though. Maybe no bat involved. Flighted delivery, and this delivery is struck away. And Yuvraj Prasad feeling in that square cover region. It's a tall, lanky lad.
Yes, most definitely.
Looks like he has a long way down if he's going to dive. A little bit more positive intent from Janelle Williams.
Yeah, that's cricket right there. Getting the singles when they present themselves, and then capitalize on the bad balls. I like the intent here from the two Windward Islands batsmen, Joseph and Williams. They're looking for runs, not just content with playing down and looking pretty.
Yeah, he gets another run, does Jashawn Joseph. He's now on to 18. Williams is on 10. Comes into strike. Opportunity again for them to score. This one is just played away into the onside just to end the over. So 73 for 6 after the end of over number 26. So the Windward Islands just moving along slowly but surely, trying to see how close they can get to this 248 made by the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands, made by the Barbados team, correction. So they're going to continue with Liam Seeley, who's had a little bit of a struggle in his last 2 overs. Has leaked a few runs. 22 runs have come from his 4.1 overs. Windward Islands batters just seem to have the measure of him.
In your recommendation going forward, I mean, do you think it's suffice for the children at this age to only play one tournament a year? And if it's just one tournament a year, is it now the responsibility of the local boards to ensure that cricket is played all year round, to ensure that their skills are improving? Or is it more so from a board level that we have maybe a biannual tournament for the young stars?
My take is the format. I think we have to carve out a space where they can not just play the ODI format, but they can also learn the longer format of the game, even if it's a 2-day format that is specially formulated to simulate the 2-day, the longer version. So they also get some red ball opportunities. Here is mix up and just run himself. I'm not sure what Janelle Williams was thinking of there. The ball went down into the final leg region. They took off for 1, and for some reason he just sprinted back down the track and via the wicket keeper and the man at the non-striker's end, he has to go. So
yeah, total mix-up there between Williams and Joseph. I'm not sure where the breakdown in communication was, but Janelle Williams set off for.
Is that Williams or is it Joseph that was run out?
No, Williams was run out. He set off for a second run. I'm not sure where he was going, but Deshaun Joseph clearly said no, and
was literally leaning on his bat. And not sure why, but Janelle Williams just sprinted back down the track, and it was an easy run out situation because Joseph was just still leaning on his bat inside his crease as he literally just ran past him all the way to the pavilion. And he is gone. The Windward Island is now losing their 7th wicket. It's now 76 for 7. Janelle Williams, he was run out and he had made 10 of 14 deliveries.
Yeah, it seems like the end is nigh for the Windward Islands, with Jeremy Edwards coming in to replace the young Williams.
And Joseph is trying to just play an aggressive stroke to that last delivery, and it just goes into the gloves of Seth Smith. No run. So the end of over number 27, at the end of it, 76 for 7 the total.
Yes, a complete mix-up there by.
So though we've been talking all day about the historic nature of the ARG, we had very little spectators who had come out to watch this match today. Maybe the Barbados contingent, the biggest set. We see a sprinkling, 1 or 2 folks over in the distance of the Sir Andy Roberts stand, but not very well supported in terms of crowd support. Here is new over started, and Paris continues. Justin Paris, and he's been bowling that googly very well in this spell.
Yeah, the googly seems to be ripping a lot in this spell of his.
So here is Paris again. Flighted and good drive executed by the new batter who has come out for the Windward Islands.
It's Jeremy Edwards, I believe, number 4 or number 14? 14.
You see number 4, Caleb.
Oh, Caleb Charles.
Yes. Caleb Charles, the number 4, is there with Joseph. Joseph again playing pleasantly out into the deep cover region, so just another single for him. I like what Paris is trying to do. He's realizing that he's bowling to tail ender, so he's trying to just give it a little bit more flight. I think he's trying to search for that one that he just drags the batter out of his crease.
Yeah, most definitely.
But this one is short, and Caleb Charles hammers that one over mid-wicket for 6 runs. He's in a no-nonsense mood, and that one was dragged down by Paris, and Charles really gave it the treatment. He hammered it for a maximum. This afternoon here in the beautiful nation of Antigua and Barbuda, where you're watching on the 15 cricket. Barbados versus the Windward Islands on the 15 level. And this morning, Barbados, they won the toss and elected to bat first and put up a good total, 248 all out, behind that century they got from Killarney Clark. Then since they've come out, they've had the Windward Islands under consistent pressure. Windward Islands 75 for 9. 75 for 7, correction. Wondering why I look like I am in a rush to get out of here. No. 75 for 7, 76 for 7 as we speak. As we see, the score is now adjusted. It's what now? 83. I think they had missed that 6 runs that Charles hit at the end of the last over. So the scoreboard is now up to date. 83 for 7. It's Caleb Charles who is at the crease. Looks a strong boy. Facing up now, and he's hitting this one out to the mid-wicket region. The fielder is on the boundary, so he's just going to get a single. It doesn't look as if Caleb Charles is just going to be there prodding and pushing. He looks as if he's going to be playing his shots, especially to those short deliveries.
Yes, he seems like a no-nonsense low-order batsman. See ball, hit ball.
Here is a delivery that Sean Joseph is flicking. Ball probably is taking him on the pad, taken at the slip region, no run. Another flighted delivery, this time by Liam Seeley, and beating the batsman. All ends up 84 for 7, the total. So 29 overs gone of the 50.
Here we see Justin Paris continuing. To Caleb Charles, a no-nonsense batsman, you're going to have to be on your P's and Q's as a leg spinner to him.
So there's some folks giving us some information. Somebody saying the commentators, I can't speak for the other islands, but Barbados through the BCA has on the 15, on the 13, and a primary school cricket tournament that goes for all age groups. So they have their program set over there. I know that in the Windward Islands they play tournaments regularly. I think the Leeward Islands have to find a way that they can get more cricket played amongst the younger ages here.
Yes, most definitely, because I can imagine that in other territories.
But like I was saying to Kuma earlier, it's easier when you're dealing with one country, one land space, where you don't need aeroplane and ferries and so on to do the transport.
Yeah, it's
Paris continues to bowl at googly very well. Eyes given.
28.3
So,
and 28.4.
again, Caleb Charles not reading that googly. How is that? He's striking him on the pad, just a stifled.
A bit too excited
feel.
there, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah,
a bit too excited there.
yeah, just looking as if he was just. You can see what Paris was trying to do. He's trying to tempt them into that false stroke, and then just trying to deceive them with that.
3 dots.
With that googly. He's been bowling it pretty well. So 20, 30 overs gone. Score is it 85? 85 for 7.
But no, you don't work. By on the 5th ball. So as the Barbados diaspora would have mentioned, they have their own systems in place in Barbados. But as you would have mentioned, for the Leeward and the Windward Islands, transportation will continue to be a hindrance, as there's only boats or planes would be our main mode of transportation.
So in the I think it just needs effort, because the Windward Islands have a similar situation, and they find a way to play every year at different age levels.
Agree.
So I think a little bit more intent, a little bit more being a little bit more intentional in the effort needs to take place in the Leeward Islands. A lot of times up in these parts, the complaint is money.
Well, I do think that my argument is just over, well, as far as I could understand, in Antigua, we're just not playing. I don't think we're playing enough cricket at the youth level. I mean, Barbados would have said they have their different leagues, which I do understand.
And we've had a change in bowling, so the scorers, just please take note.
Yes, Rajiv Parsaram into the attack. But my frame of reference would be to England. I'm not sure how many people out there would be aware of a young Instagram personality in England, and he documents his cricket life up there. And I think in 2023 or 2024 he would have faced some 64 innings as a 13-year-old playing cricket. So 63 innings of consecutive cricket. How many innings would you say, or how many games would you say us in the region are playing at 12 and 13 competitively outside of practice? Because I don't think that we're playing enough cricket, especially if we're going to compare it to the English. And
again, we can't really compare, and I say that because the English system, the way it's set up, there are many opportunities for people to play cricket, not just at the county level. The counties have academies, and then you have many other leagues all around that nation, being a cricketing nation. And so there are lots of opportunities for the sport to be played. Around these parts, though, the love for cricket and the participation in the cricket has dwindled. And if we're honest, we have not done enough as the people in charge to try and keep the interest of cricket high. I think a lot of the times, a lot of the associations and countries and so on have thrown their hands up and said, we don't know what else to do to get the young people interested, and so on. And I think we have to have I've said it in another forum, that we have to have a deliberate effort, especially with the people who used to play cricket. They have to find a way to become involved and stop being artificially busy, and find a way to get the children back involved in cricket.
Well,
right, I've said it that we in the Leeward Islands, and I'm only talking because I'm from these parts, we had a Leeward Islands tournament that was 100 years old, that has literally just died. Should not have happened. The Leeward Islands needed to find a way, even if they change it to bring in the tournament into one territory at a time rather than travel around like they used to, with the lack of layout and the other stuff, and they say that the money is drying up and so on. So even if you say every year we're going to have 3-day tournament in one territory and then the 1 day in another territory, and we're going to do the same at the youth level, there has to be some way that we keep the cricket going, that we find to play more than 5 games, because that's what these under 15 are going to play.
Correct. But just a question for the patron, because your views are valued. Just to kind of flesh it out, these tournaments that are put on in Barbados that allow the children to play a higher volume of cricket, is this from the governing board, or is this a private entity within Barbados that puts on these and organizes these?
Here is a driving back. Did he take the catch? No, he's saying no, he didn't carry. It was just on a little check back by Joseph, but it just fell in front of Captain Paris diving forward, and rightfully he just indicated to the umpire that he didn't carry. Well played, young man. Here we watch as this is in. One of the persons that responded to us says the BCA, which is the Barbados Cricket Association. So it's at the level, and Kumar Rodney was saying that the Barbados Cricket Association receives money monthly from a lottery setup that is there to help, support the cricket, to help build the cricket. So we have to find a way, because listen, for me, it's not acceptable that the West Indies women are now not going to be in the World Cup, and our men missed out on the World Cup and so on. And we dropped out at the group stage in the T20 World Cup, and we're not really in the rankings when it comes to the Test Championship and so on. We have to be concerned. And it's far too long now that the West Indies have been struggling, and no real effort all round to stem the bad play. We have to find a way to forcibly improve the cricket. Here is delivery that is beating the wicket keeper, and the batsman is running down to the boundary for 4 byes, but that was the googly. Didn't read it at all and was lucky to survive. Yeah, that one just bounced right over the top of the stumps and beating wicketkeeper Seth Smith, and down to the boundary for 4. So 98 for 7. Windward Islands, they are approaching the 100 mark, and folks must be saying these guys are just talking too much. So let's get back to some cricket. Here is he firing one down the leg side. Not taken, but it's coming off the body of the player. So Caleb Charles, who we've seen with a little bit of aggression, swing and a miss outside the line of the off stump, as Rajiv Pasuram continues. Here is he's out caught at slip. He was looking to swing this one away. The ball just took a leading edge and went to Captain Paris at that slip. Takes an easy catch. Windward Islands, they lose another wicket. It's now 98 for 8.
Yeah, the end is nigh. It's inevitable here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, and Deshaun Joseph is going to have to bat out of his skin if they're going to have any chance of getting close to this target.
So the Barbados team just continue to plug away. Dylan John is coming in now to join Captain Joseph. And Rajiv Pasuram getting his first wicket, just 5 runs off of his bowling so far. And this first delivery to Dylan John is swung away for 4 down to deep backward square. So it was a short delivery and offline, and just helping it on his way was John. John was happy to see such a inviting delivery first up, and he really hammered it out into the deep square leg boundary and picked up 4. End of another over. 102 for 8. The 100 has come up for the Windward Islands after some 33 overs. So they're going at a rate of 3.09. Still need 147 runs from 102 deliveries at a rate of 8.65.
With only 2 wickets in hand, is it gettable? Can we see an upset here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds?
Anything is possible, but I would say that is highly unlikely today based on what we've seen from the Windward Islands in terms of the quality of their batting. Paris will continue, and here is he just getting the googly, finally getting it to work how he wants. He's clean bowled Joshua Joseph, and he's been looking for that for some overs now. He's been bowling that googly, and that's the delivery that he's been looking for. That one that the batsman does not read, that just pitches on that good length and goes in between bat and pad. And this one went right between the defense of Captain Joshua Joseph and into his stumps. He's bowled, and the Windward Islands losing their 9th wicket. It's now 102 for 9 in the 32nd over of this match.
Yeah, valiant effort there by Joshua Joseph, the captain, playing a lone innings, 26. And I guess it was just too much for him in the end.
And like I said, I think you've learnt the curse. Because you just asked me if it's possible. And the very next delivery, Joshua Joseph is back in the pavilion. So healthy discussion going on today. And we're learning a lot about how the system works in Barbados. We understand that they also have private entities that have cricket as well in that country. And I've even learned that Paris attends Combermere.
Yes,
Here is this first delivery to the final batsman, Jeremy Edwards. He plays it defensively, no run.
So now that we get a better picture of the cricketing environment in Barbados, it's a mixture between private and the governing body, or the governance, the sanctioning body. So it's a collective effort of the nation to ensure that cricket is upheld, or the standard is upheld to a certain height or a satisfactory height. And I think that's kind of what's lacking in Antigua, that we don't have enough cooperation between the community and the powers that be.
We need to stop measuring. I think that's part of what is the problem that we have in Antigua and Barbuda. The folks who are in charge of the cricket,
compare
they're just measuring
resources
against each other rather than looking at the well-being of the overall sport.
So you're
like
saying
right
that
now the school league needs major improvement.
So you're saying they're looking at what they don't have to justify the current product.
Correct. I'll tell you off air what I mean.
All right, I understand.
But I'm just saying that the school cricket has to be good. The association has to have competitions. The Leeward Islands board, to go along with the West Indies board, everybody has to come together if the cricket is going to improve. End of another over, an over in which that last delivery from Captain Paris again was a good googly. He seems to have that googly down packed, and the batters are not reading him at all. But then again, just that one just turned a little bit too much, went right through the batter into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and so there was no run. So we're looking now, and we are about to start over number 35. And just one wicket to get for the Barbados team. One that's pushed wide by Pasaram. Probably just trying to bowl a little bit too quickly for my liking. Rajiv Pasaram just probably need to flight a few to these tail-enders. Again, firmly outside the line of the off stump. A little flat and fast.
He's searching for wickets here now, Pasaram.
John just backing away.
I don't think he's going to get too much. I don't think he has to do too much to get these last two batsmen out.
Was another good length delivery. Jeremy Edwards just trying to back away. Gets a flighted delivery outside the line of the off stump. So no run, no shot offered. So just a quiet period here. Barbados just trying to get that final wicket to get their 4th victory of this competition. Good delivery that from Pasaram, just pitching and turning away from the left-handed Dylan John. Once more, just beating the batsman outside the line of the off stump to end over. Just a wide in it. 104 for 9.
Yeah, the inevitable just being delayed here now at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Justin Paris already bowling 9, bowling his last over. 9 overs, 2 for 25. A good day in the office with the ball for Justin Paris.
So he's going to bowl his final over. Would want to just finish things off. This delivery is driven beautifully over the mid-on region for 4. So just standing there and deliver.
Yes, Dylan John is going to have a bit of fun. He's going to go down fighting, flighted delivery outside the off stump.
I think on that occasion he read that googly. They are always looking for it.
Well, it met the middle of the bat there for Dylan John.
I think he is just standing there and is saying that this guy is bowling a lot of googlies, so I'm just looking for it. I think what Paris needs to do is just get back to bowl a couple of leg spinners and then bring that googly back. He's swinging and he's out stumped. Just
well, as you said that he got a wicket with the googly.
Yeah, but that one was just a little bit more flighted, almost just pulling Dylan the batter forward. Just look at that one, a little bit more flight, just pulling him. The same googly, but Seth Smith was quick behind the stumps, whipping the bails off, and of course the batter knew that he was out. Handshakes all around as the Barbados team has earned victory here. I think that from the time they made that big score of 248, it was just a matter of time, especially with the Windward Islands not having the service of Jordan Charles, who got injured in the match today. The ball that was cut into his forehead by the century maker in Killarney Clark. Let's just hope that he is okay. Kumar Rodney says that the scan has been done. He's at the hospital. He's gotten the scan done and should have been on his way back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds to join his teammates. So Barbados go away winning by
140 runs.
140 runs, a comprehensive victory for them with the Windward Islands 110 all out.
Yes, a dominating performance here by the Barbados under 15s. The only resistance of note in the Windward Islands reply was Jamie Wickham's 16 off of 36 and Deshaun Joseph's 10 off of 42 deliveries. And not much else to write home about for the Windward Islands. For the Barbados bowling lineup, shade all around between the bowlers. Jahidi Hines and Zarel Harding getting it started with figures that I'll just pull up for you now. But a dominating win nonetheless for the Barbados team here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
Yep, so the Windward Islands losing this one. Barbados was positive from the start, winning the toss this morning and elected to bat first. And they made a daunting total of 248 all out behind an even 100 by Killarney Clark. But let me just give you the Barbados bowling. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 11 runs, no wickets for Jahidi Hines. Zarel Harding, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs, 2 wickets. Both bowlers at the top were very economical, very stingy. Asher Branford, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 runs, 1 wicket. Abdullah Mangira, 3 overs, no maiden, 12 runs, no wicket. Justin Paris, 9.3 overs, 2 maidens, 29 runs, 3 wickets. And Liam Seeley, 6 overs, no maiden, 26 runs, 1 wicket. Rajiv Pasuram, 3 overs, no maiden, 10 runs, 1 wicket. And there were 2 run-outs in the innings for the Windward Islands. 108 all out, and the Barbados team, they would be happy. So the final round of matches come up on Wednesday. We'll be back here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds to bring you coverage of the match in that encounter there on Wednesday. It should be the Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago match that we bring to you from the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Barbados, they will play Guyana at the CCG, and Jamaica versus the Windward Islands at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So on behalf of all of us here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, my co-commentator Asha Murray Cornelius, and of course our technical team today from 360, our camera crew and our technician and all the others, our scorer in the system. Denmo Robert saying have a great afternoon and continue to enjoy what's left of your Easter Monday. See you on Wednesday for more coverage of the Rising Stars on the 15 tournament.